Good morning. We'd like to convene this public hearing of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. And we will start with our list of speakers if there are no remarks from my co-chair. I was going to have one remark, but I guess I'll save it for a little later when other members show up in the room. Okay, so our first person to speak today is Ezekiel Works. And I believe he may have a colleague or a relative that's with him. So Ezekiel, please come forward. Welcome, Ezekiel. We're thrilled to have you here. If you look at the desk in front of you, there is a button that you push that will turn the light on and the microphone on. And whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Ezekiel Works. I'm a Doolittle student in Cheshire. I'm an 11-year-old sixth grader. I've been part of Connecticut's CHRO Academy since I was a rising fourth grader. CHRO Academy is an amazing place for kids to learn and grow. CHRO Academy teaches subjects not taught in school, like social justice and speaking up for equal rights. This bill needs to be passed because if you were to put yourself in someone else's shoes and not be allowed to vote, it would not feel good. You would feel unwelcome and disappointed. People with disabilities are just the same as us. They just need a little bit more help. A good solution for people with disabilities is to have curbside voting. An attribute to this is that everyone gets to vote, and the curbside makes it easier for people with disabilities to vote. As you can see, curbside voting would be a big advantage to people with special needs because they would have equal rights, and everyone should have equal rights to vote. Thank you for hearing my voice, and I hope you take this into consideration.
Thank you, Ezekiel. Do you have someone else who's with you who wants to share some words? And if you don't mind just saying your full name for the record.
Yes, Ezekiel Works.
Thank you. Or you could stay in that seat if you want. The microphone moves just like this. So there you go.
This is an act concerning curbside voting accessibility for electors with disabilities or other incapacities. Good morning, Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Jeremy Works, and I am an 11-year-old sixth grade student at Doolittle Elementary School in Cheshire. I am a member of Connecticut Kids Court Academy, sponsored by the Connecticut Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities, and I am here to express my opinion on the matter of curbside voting accessibility for people with disabilities or mental or physical limitations. I think that we should have curbside voting accessibility because it wouldn't make sense to have everyone's vote instead of only having people who vote that don't have disabilities. This is important because other people who might want to vote who have disabilities or other limitations may not have that opportunity if this law isn't passed. Also, we won't be able to get everyone's results and count their votes because they won't be able to cast their vote in the polls. This discrimination cannot go on, and it is bad because some people will feel left out. If this bill does not pass, it will be bad for our state as well, because we may get bad reviews about not helping everyone. And I want to see Connecticut as a community of inclusion and trust, as well as all of us. Thank you for listening to what I have to say. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Ezekiel. Thank you both very much for your testimony here this morning. Really grateful for your advocacy. Can I just ask you both a few questions? What grade are you guys in?
Sixth grade.
Are you both in sixth grade?
Yes.
Are you twins?
Yes.
Oh, excellent.
For sure.
Great. And you said you go to school in Cheshire?
Yeah.
What's the name of your school again?
Doolittle Elementary.
Doolittle Elementary School. And how did you get involved with the Kids Academy?
Well, in fourth grade, our brother, he's not here today. His name is Ethan. He went to KCA, because Cheryl Ann Sharp, Esquire, introduced him to it. And then then me and Jeremy got very, we were very curious about it, and we weren't allowed to go unless it was in like the fourth grade. So when we were a rising fourth graders, we got to go in KCA, and that's how we got introduced. And yeah, it's been going on for that. And it's a pretty good, place to go to learn stuff and historical events.
Well, that's great. I'm really glad to hear about your experience in the academy. I know that it's been an incredible experience for young people for a good number of years here in Connecticut, and I'm not sure that we've had the pleasure of having uh, kids from the academy come to our committee before and testify in support of a piece of legislation. So I'm really grateful that you're here today, and I'm grateful for what you're learning about, I assume, through this academy, given what the work of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities does here in our state, advocating for people who may face discrimination. And the two of you being here this morning, I think, is an important opportunity to highlight that folks with disabilities is a really varied community, as I'm sure you've learned, and is probably why you wanted to come here and talk about this bill. Some people are born with a disability and they live with a disability through their whole life, but other people, come to having a disability through some event that happens in their life as well, some big change. And so that's a community that any one of us could be a part of in any moment. And so you coming here and advocating to make sure that it's as easy and private for people with disabilities to vote is incredibly important. And I'm very grateful to both of you. Is there anything else you want to add before I see if any of my colleagues have any questions?
No, thank you.
That's okay. All right. My co-chair has some questions for you. So Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you both for being with us here today and contributing your testimony on this important bill. I just had really one question, which is, since you've been going to Kids Court Academy, have you been winning more arguments with your parents?
Sometimes.
That's good to hear.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. I like that confident, authoritative answer. It's really great to have you here today. I think the bill you're testifying on is very important, and your testimony was very well-reasoned and articulate, and it reflects really well on you, on your family, and on the Kids Court Academy with all you've learned. So we appreciate you being here today, contributing your testimony, and lending your voice to this important bill. And you clearly have bright futures ahead of you, arguing for whatever you see fit to, and perhaps serving as attorneys before our bar. So thank you again, and congratulations on your excellent work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Seeing no, Representative Master Francesco, you got one more set of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you guys so much for coming today. You did a really, really good job. You represented your schools in Cheshire very well. You're very well-spoken. I really appreciate that. And your school should be very proud of you. You did a great job. I definitely see future leaders sitting before us today. I did just have one question. The bill that you were testifying on had to do with curbside voting. I was wondering why you chose that one. Was there a situation or an incident? What kind of made you come to the conclusion to choose that one? Through you, Madam Chair.
So we chose to do this one because it seemed more of like an act of kindness if everyone was allowed to have a chance on something and to have everyone's voices lifted and raised up. Because if you only have a set of one person and like you're fixated on only them, you'll leave out everyone else, and then you won't have everyone's vote, and then you'll wonder why like it's the same as always. And then it seemed like a really important matter because some people have disabilities more than others and they would really need help. And it would be unfair to have us just watch it happen and we didn't do anything about it. And it just seemed right to vote for this as a law because we wanted it to be more of like everyone gets a chance and not just one person or one of a certain people.
Thank you for that Great job, great answer. And you'll be happy to know that everybody on this committee certainly supports making sure that our people with disabilities can vote. And I think the committee has done a good job doing that. So great job, guys. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Well, thank you both again for your testimony. I'm sure your family is very proud of you, and they should be. You've done an excellent job here today, and I think this bill may have a bright future because of your great advocacy. So thank you very much. Have a great day. Technically not supposed to allow the applause, but I really appreciate the sentiment behind it. So thank you. Next, we will hear from Secretary of the State, Stephanie Thomas. Welcome, Secretary Thomas. Whenever you are ready, the floor is yours.
I was so impressed when I read their testimony. I actually wrote them letters not knowing they'd be here today. So, oh, give me one moment. That may have been the best part of my day so far. Good morning, co-chairs Flexer, Blumenthal, vice chairs Honig, Morinbello, Osborne, ranking member Sampson, Mastro Francesco, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity today to address many bills on your agenda related to elections. It would be impossible for me to say much on any of them within the 3 minutes, but we've submitted written testimony on HB 6477, 7228, 7229, 7230, and SB 955, 1514, 1515, and 1516. And we are in strong support of most of these measures, in particular 1514 to improve curbside voting, as we just heard about, 1515 to close a gap that exists currently between our authority and SEEK's authority, 1516, which includes a number of technical and practical fixes to improve the election system, 7229, which seeks to streamline the process for incarcerated individuals to vote by absentee ballot, and 7230, which is an oldie but goodie, heard by this committee many times, that would seek to align statute with a court ruling from about a decade ago and streamline election cases into 2 courts in different areas of the state. In our testimony, we've also outlined any concerns we had, included a few suggestions if we thought it was warranted, in particular to HB 7228 around pre-processing in the chain of custody of absentee ballots, the ballot curing process as proposed, the training on EMS, and also the closing of polling locations. So I'll stop there, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Madam Secretary. Appreciate it always. There's a lot of election bills obviously on here, and I'm kind of just going through your testimony. I know Monday we do have another public hearing. I don't want to bring it up today. Will you be here on Monday
I will.
to testify? Okay, so I can address any of those bills on Monday with you, so I won't mention it today. Can you tell me what is the current process right now for people in custody that are eligible to vote, and how that differs from what we're proposing here today?
Sure. So this bill, just for anyone who hasn't had a chance to dig into it, is for incarcerated individuals who have not lost the right to vote. So we have just over about 4,000 people every year who are incarcerated, either held in pretrial detention or convicted of a misdemeanor, so they can still vote. So this bill addresses the absentee ballot process for that population. And just to be sure I don't miss a step, it's also outlined in my testimony. So if someone incarcerated wants to vote by absentee ballot, which is the only method available to them, first they have to get the contact information for their town clerk. Now, every facility is supposed to, or they've said they will post a list of town clerks, but if someone takes it from the library, sometimes that's hard to find. Obviously, they cannot use the internet. So first they have to find their town clerk's address. Then they have to write to the town clerk to request an absentee ballot application. The town clerk sends the application. Then they have to fill out the application, return it to the town clerk. The town clerk, once they verify they're eligible, they send them the ballot. The ballot gets filled out and it's sent back. So that's 3 rounds of mail. In these facilities, sometimes mail is delayed, it's a little slow sometimes, and the DOC themselves are a little frustrated because the population can move around at any time and often does. People get released or they get moved to another facility. So the DOC is often concerned that they are on the hook with someone's mail and they don't necessarily think they can get it to them in time for the election. So this bill proposes eliminating that first step. Under current law, as you know, if someone takes out more than 5 absentee ballot applications, they have to be registered as a circulator. They have to submit certain logs to the town clerks, etc. So this would establish the officer within the facility as an approved circulator, basically.
Okay.
So it removes that first step. Our office would create a very specific absentee ballot application only for use in facilities that can be distributed only by those approved personnel. And then when that application goes to the town clerk, they'll flag it in their system and make sure it matches our form and the proper facility address, etc. So it basically just removes that first step of the inmate needing to find who their town clerk is and request the application.
Okay, thank you for that
Mhm.
very thorough explanation. And I'm assuming that the form will be, maybe it's the information on it is the same. Is it maybe a different color like they use on other ballots?
Yeah,
type of-
incorrect. We haven't designed it yet, but it probably would be more similar to what we do for apostilles, for example, when those get transmitted. Uh, Not a watermark per se, but that's the best way to think of it. It's more unique and more difficult to duplicate.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mhm.
And then you also mentioned something about closing locations.
Oh, let
Can
me
you- can
just
you
find
elaborate on that
which
for me?
section that is. Let's see. And if Kristen, let me know. I forget which bill that was
I,
in. Was that in 7228, I believe?
228.
Yeah, section 17. Let me just find that. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so yeah, it's section 17 of 7228, which would allow the registrars with a population of not more than 35,000 to reduce the number of polling places. So basically I'm at line 622 and onwards. We have a lot of concerns about that section. One of the main ones, the way it's outlined, the final decision would not be made until 21 days before the election, and it requires the registrars at that time to communicate the change of location to the voters. And that feels like it's much too short to make sure that voters get that information in time. We all know, because we've heard many stories of voters who have gone to their polling location for whatever reason, found out it wasn't the right place, and then they've run out of time and they can't vote because they don't have time to go to another location. So that's one of our concerns. The other issue had to do with just voter confusion. When voters have different locations for different elections, especially if that information is not transmitted until 21 days before the election, I just think it creates a lot of voter confusion out there. As you know, we don't publish voter guides or anything like that. So to expect the voter to be aware of this information also feels like a hurdle that's a bit too high. And the other issue, um, and Kristen, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think this process allows, I don't think this law as written requires both registrars to agree, which we also think would be key for any legislation, especially about moving or changing a polling place.
Okay, thank you. So you are not trying to close a location. What you're saying is you're allowing the town to move the location, whether they need a bigger location or a smaller location for voting. And would that just be for on election day or for early voting as well?
It would be to reduce. That's
Okay.
what this bill says as written.
So you're trying to reduce the.
I'm not, this isn't my bill. I'm not
okay,
trying to
I'm
do
sorry.
anything.
Okay, so this bill is trying to reduce the number of polling locations because we always see a lot of times people complain that they're waiting in line, right? And we've always advocated for obviously these bigger cities, open up more locations so it give people an opportunity to vote. But this particular bill is with a population of 35,000 or less. I think that's
Correct.
what it's.
And I do want to make the point, because it is a concern, and I believe it's probably fueled by a cost factor. This would apply only to primaries for towns under 35,000, which I understand. Like, I've certainly been in polling locations where very few voters trickle in. However, the way it's being changed here, I think, is problematic based on the factors I mentioned,
Okay.
mainly the time frame.
Okay, thank you. And then also the bill actually talks about the electronic poll book.
Yes.
And so are there locations that do not have that at their voting places?
That's correct. So currently in the state of Connecticut, there are about 35, 40 towns that do use some sort of e-poll book, but they are not authorized by the state, meaning our office, for universal use, meaning any town using an e-poll book has to maintain a paper-based system currently. And without getting into too much detail, a thorough analysis was done on poll books a couple of years ago by the Office of the Secretary's Technical Advisors. Long story short, none were approved. Then, right when I became secretary, the Election Assistance Commission, which is the federal entity that approves like voting systems, decided that they would also issue standards for other devices like e-poll books. So I did not want to certify one for use in case the EAC did not certify it, and towns would call me saying, why did we buy all this equipment that we can no longer use? The EAC has about 3 weeks ago just approved its first e-poll book, and they are testing others over the next year. So this bill would mandate that I approve one within whatever time frame was set out. That's something that I support because I would like to see e-poll books used, but I want to make sure they're safe.
Okay, thank you. And then, and just really one more quick question, and I'm sure other people have questions, and I know you'll be here on Monday, so I can ask you. And it's probably, I don't think it's anything about early voting is on here, but I just wanted to ask you a question on, for the register of voters and the town clerks, there was a real struggle counting the ballots of on election day because of when early voting ended. I've heard a lot of feedback from our towns and other towns, and I was just wanting to get your opinion on it. Is that enough time for them to count those ballots because of when early voting ends?
Do you mean, I just want to make sure I understand the question. So early voting ended the Sunday, but ballots weren't allowed to be counted until election day. There was nothing mandating when towns had to start counting on election day, but they were able to start counting at 6 a.m. I do believe many towns were surprised at the popularity of early voting. And, you know, it might have been too late to add extra staff. It was definitely too late to add additional tabulators because they would have had to have been tested prior to that window. Some towns, though, because of staffing or whatever, didn't start processing their early voting envelopes until the afternoon, which could have delayed in some towns. Some towns just had a much greater quantity than they anticipated. So I do think it was a problem, but one that would be corrected. One, if this legislature passes a bill that's also before this committee that would shift early voting from the envelope system to being fed directly into tabulators. And two, now that everyone has gone through early voting and knows how popular it is, I think most towns would plan election day a little differently.
I agree. Okay, thank you so much for your testimony.
quite
Thank you,
welcome.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being with us today, as well as all your work on behalf of the voters and the people of Connecticut. I had a couple of questions, although I think I'll have more on Monday.
I'm
So
bringing a sleeping bag on Monday.
looking forward to it. So in let's see, one sec. Sorry, in 1516, which I guess is a Senate bill. Senate Bill 1516. I want to ask you a quick question about Section 24, which is the one about giving the Secretary increased authority to seek a declaratory judgment in order to determine whether an elector has been aggrieved and to make sure that election administration procedures are properly executed and electors' rights are adequately protected under Title IX. And would you mind describing for us what circumstances have led you to the view that such a provision is necessary?
No, definitely. We've seen situations like this over the years, certainly before I became secretary as well. But the one that comes to mind for me personally is last year. There was a situation in North Stonington where the registrars, through a miscommunication, communicated to some voters that they did not need to sign their envelope for early voting, which of course they did need to sign. Once that was discovered and those ballots sequestered, that totaled about 1,100 voters that could have potentially had their votes cast out because they hadn't signed the envelope. And we, of course, like everyone else, is like, how can we correct this? Like, those people should at least be given an opportunity to come back and vote, and not just have them cast out. But in the current system, we, as the Secretary of the State, would not be allowed to basically take ourselves or the town to court to try to get a ruling that would allow those voters to cast their ballot. People in town were looking for a plaintiff, but they couldn't identify one. They thought they had one. Meanwhile, the time for voters to come in and correct the error was just shrinking and shrinking. And they thought they had a plaintiff for a court case, I believe, on Monday before Election Day, but then that plaintiff fell through. Long story short, it ended up basically working out that about 900 of those people were able to return and cast their ballot. But that was a very tenuous situation and it shouldn't have happened. So we think the onus shouldn't be on trying to find one of these electors that might have been harmed if we know that there is a case of people that are definitely harmed.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Mhm.
And certainly I agree that, you know, we should be able to get answers when there's a procedural issue that's preventing people's votes from being counted or preventing them from accessing their ballot. So it seems to me like the provision you're seeking and the language of this provision is a relatively narrow one that
Yeah.
allows you to seek an answer from a court if there's been a potential procedural violation, potential violation of the Voting Rights Act, or some other issue in the conduct of the election and the procedural conduct of the election that would interfere with someone voting or having their vote counted. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, I appreciate your answer on that question. You discussed a little bit about the issues with voting for incarcerated individuals. First of all, I just wanted to clarify, the bill we're considering, would that affect anyone's right to vote?
No.
Okay, so we're talking about folks who have never lost their right to vote and are eligible to vote. They just happen to be in jail or in prison for whatever reason.
Exactly. And just to clarify, I said pre-trial detention. So basically what that means, many people aren't able to make bail. So they may have been arrested falsely or otherwise, right? But they just can't make bail. So they're waiting for their court date. And in some of the facilities, as many as up to like 90% of the population may not be guilty of anything, but they're just waiting for their court date. And because of the court backlogs, sometimes they can be there for over a year just waiting their court date.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And certainly we don't want anyone to be deprived of their right to vote, especially if they're waiting to have the process that's due to them under both of our state and our federal constitutions to have their claims heard or their the accusations against them heard in court. So you talked a bit about the issues that we faced trying to make sure that these folks can get access to the ballot. Could you outline for us some of the work that you've done with DOC to try to make those issues be resolved and folks actually get access to the ballot if they're
Sure.
in jail?
Yeah, we've done a lot of work with DOC over the last 2 years. We've had regular meetings with them. Like us, they also feel like people should not lose their right to vote if they're entitled to it. But they were, perhaps a little unsure, like what they can do within some of the limitations of the system. So we sat down with them, we brainstormed, we did a training with their resource officers to try to educate more of the staff about when elections are coming, what is and isn't allowed, how to register people, etc., if they want to be registered. We also had a couple of voter registration events in facilities where people could get their questions answered. And a lot of those questions were about absentee ballots, actually. We everyone also has a tablet. So we created some civics information about elections, how government works, that is uploaded to those tablets. We also met with some formerly incarcerated individuals and made videos about why they believe people should be involved in government and cast a ballot, or get involved in other ways like submitting testimony to committees like this one, and that is also on the tablet. I'm sure we've done more, but oh, and we translated a lot of the materials into Spanish that could go into the facilities.
Oh, thank you for all that work. It's very important. And do you see there being kind of a longer term solution to this issue? This kind of specific absentee ballot form hopefully should resolve some of the issues and grant a significant number of incarcerated individuals the ability to exercise their right to vote. But it strikes me that there are logistical difficulties that will persist. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts about, in the longer term, how we can resolve those.
Yeah, I mean, this bill is literally the least we could do, right? When we entered this, we were hoping to do more. The very best long-term solution would allow us to have a polling location in the facility using ballot on demand printers, which is just what it sounds like. And many states use this because any system that has a county form of voting, there's many different districts. So the voter comes in, presents their identification, name, address, etc. The checker person looks them up, finds out what district they're in, and they just print that specific ballot. Very different than here in Connecticut, where because you're only voting in your town, there's a limited number of ballot styles available. So in a facility, that would be the best way to do it. Our lawyers looked at many different ways of making that possible within Connecticut's existing law, and we could not come up with a way. I would love to throw that challenge out to LCO in this group, if you can configure one, because that would actually just make everything much simpler. But because within the current law right now, it's just a little complicated because people in the facilities retain their residency of their last known residence versus in the facility itself. So that creates some of the complications.
Thank you very much. And we do look forward to working with you on these issues. I had another question, and this is on House Bill 7228, Section 18, which would fund early voting. I was wondering if you wanted to comment at all specifically on that provision or issue.
I would love, no, it's, that's great. Yeah. Section 18 restores the money that was cut in the, governor's budget to our office for early voting. So yes, I would love to see that reinstated. I would also put in a plug. I would also love to see reinstated and even increased funding for the towns for early voting.
Well, certainly we appreciate that, Council, and I think we would like to see it as well. So maybe an amendment is in order to address that as well. We'll have to have a discussion about that. All right. Well, thank you very much, Madam Secretary, for being here with us today and for your testimony. And I look forward to seeing you on Monday.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We'll see you Monday.
See
I
you
really hope
Monday.
you're not going to need a sleeping bag. But thank you again for your time. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
And before I call on the next person, I'm going to just take a brief moment of chair's discretion and wish one of our members, one of my favorite constituents, a happy birthday. Happy birthday to Representative Greg Haddad. Yeah, I think we should sing.
All right, let's do it.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
I'm never getting a vote from him again. Happy birthday. Next, we will hear from Bruce Putterman, who will be followed by Stephanie Abrams. Welcome, Bruce. I believe you're online. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, members of the committee. Sorry I can't be with you today in person, taking a long scheduled day off. I'm here today to support including Local Journalism Appreciation Day in Raise Bill 1519, bill designating days, weeks, and months. Journalists, like elected officials, can be easy targets for the public, easy to criticize, easy to disparage until you need them, which is interesting to me because virtually everything most of us know about what's going on in our country and in our state and to some degree in our communities, they know because of journalists. Journalists who are smart, extremely hardworking, they're passionate about their public service role. They're not paid as well as they could be paid if they worked in other professions, including, quite honestly, being a press person in government in some contexts. There's kind of this characterization of journalists being interested in gotcha journalism or advancing some kind of an agenda. And that might be the case in other parts of the country. It's not really the case here in Connecticut. The truth is reporters and their editors engage in painstaking processes to make sure that their work is fair and is accurate and is ethical. And those processes, it's a lot like legislation, it's not evident all of the work and all of the thought that goes into engaging in those processes. Yes, journalists are not perfect. Newsrooms make mistakes, but good newsrooms, when they make mistakes, they own those mistakes and they correct those mistakes and they try to learn from those mistakes. And journalists aren't typically very comfortable with promoting themselves. They embrace the ethos of they don't want to be part of, they cover the news. They don't want to be a part of the news. And that's why a Journalism Appreciation Day could be very helpful in reminding people about the critical role journalists play in terms of strengthening communities and in holding government accountable, informing the public about issues that they care about. As you know, journalism has taken some hits in recent years in terms of employment. The industry has declined precipitously over the last few decades across the country and here in Connecticut, where newsroom employment has declined 65% from 2013 to 2023. And then there's the issue of trust. Trust in journalism also has declined precipitously in recent decades. But that's driven mostly by declining trust, erosion of trust in national news organizations. Trust in state and local news organizations has held up. It's declined a little bit, but not nearly as much as national news organizations. And yet that erosion of trust in national news kind of colors perceptions to some degree among some people in terms of state and local journalism. So a Journalism Appreciation Day would give us a small opportunity to set the record straight on the trust issue, as well as, our continuing ongoing work, which we hope and think can rebuild trust on a daily basis. I know that all of you appreciate the role of local journalism. Many of you have told me that personally. Certainly the fact that this committee has advanced now for the third year in a row a bill reallocating some small amount of state government advertising dollars to support local journalism also underscores your appreciation for the role of local journalism, and we appreciate that. And so I make one more ask, which is to give your colleagues and the public the same chance to learn a little bit more about the role of journalism, local journalism, and to show their appreciation for journalists who never really ask for
Excuse me, Mr. Putterman,
appreciation.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your 3 minutes have elapsed.
That's it.
I
Thank
appreciate
you.
your testimony. And I actually have one question for you. I'm not sure if anyone else does. I was wondering if you just talk briefly about, in particular, the importance of local journalism, the challenges it's facing economically, and the effects that the decrease in local journalism workforce has for, let's see, holding government accountable generally and public corruption in particular.
There is research done by Medill, which is the journalism school out at Northwestern University, and others, that shows a very clear correlation between reduced local journalism and increased public corruption and lower voter participation, less engaged electorates. And that is, kind of part of the reason that we're here advocating not only for this bill today, but for other bills before the legislature this year, is to at least staunch and hopefully at some point lead to a reversal of the decline of journalism around the country. The employment numbers that I cited in Connecticut they exist in other parts of all over the country. There are roughly 200 counties in the US that don't have a single news organization. Those counties are called news deserts. We don't have news deserts here in Connecticut, but we do have what is often referred to as news poverty, which means a dramatic shrinking of newsrooms in our state. 20 years ago, the Hartford Courant had 400 newsroom employees. Today, they have somewhere around 30. So that speaks kind of to the financial challenges facing news organizations as then kind of manifest in terms of number of staff they can afford to employ. I can provide greater detail as to why these financial challenges have emerged over the years, but I'll pause there.
Well, I certainly thank you for those answers and for your testimony and for your and all our local journalists' work informing the public and making more transparent what we and other interests do in the state. For my personal part, I think the decimation of local journalism and the numbers you cited about the Current are just shocking. It's been a huge problem and a tragedy for many communities. It's something we have to address, I think, and it has huge implications for our democracy. So I'm hopeful that certainly we can pass this part of the bill and show local journalists our appreciation, but I'm hopeful that more generally that we can address this shortfall in local journalism and the resulting lack of transparency and accountability that we have seen and likely will see if it continues. So thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair. And we appreciate you being with us. Oh,
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. I just want to follow up on the conversation that you were just having with Representative Blumenthal. You said that you could elaborate on why we've seen this kind of decline. I actually wonder if you wouldn't mind briefly doing that.
Sure. There's a number of factors. One is kind of
Curious.
driven by the emergence of the internet. The main factor is that local advertising dollars that used to go to local newspapers from local businesses now go to disproportionately, overwhelmingly to Facebook and Google and internet platforms because they can target audiences very, very narrowly. If an advertiser wants to reach a very specific type of person, they can put their advertising dollars in Facebook, and Facebook has all of the data to be able to identify what people to serve up the ads of any given advertiser to. And so that had a major, major impact on revenue for newspapers, news organizations in general. Things like classified ads, which used to be a key revenue stream for newspapers, those have gone away in newspapers for the most part, replaced by Craigslist and Angie's List and any other number of ways, Facebook Marketplace, any other number of ways of more effectively and less expensively placing advertising. So those are all great for consumers, but they're not that great for journalism, which ultimately is not that great for consumers.
Thank you. Do you happen to know how many independently owned journalism outlets there are left here in the state of Connecticut, entities that aren't owned by somebody outside of the state? And I don't mean to create the pop quiz for you.
No, I mean, it's so there's definitional issues, I guess. Several years ago, there were 17 daily newspapers in the state. Most of them either independently owned or owned by a company that was committed to journalism. Today, there are roughly that same number, but the concentration is much greater. So Hearst owns, I believe, 10 daily newspapers in the state. The Current, as we all know, has been sold to a hedge fund who's continued to focus on cost cutting. The only single independent daily newspaper, I believe, is The Day of New London. In your district, the Willimantic Chronicle is now owned by an out-of-state news organization or news holding company, and several other newspapers are also owned by companies. In the meantime, however, hyperlocal news organizations have emerged. So they don't have the breadth and the depth of a major newspaper, but they are doing the best they can to provide coverage of local communities. Generally, it's one or two people working out of a basement home office. There's only so much they can do, but at least they're doing something. So, so part of the answer to your question about how many independent news organizations are there, I would argue those hyperlocals should be counted in that, but it's a different form of independent newspaper. My best guess is there's probably 24 hyperlocals around the state, many of them concentrated in Fairfield County, in wealthier suburbs. There are ethnic media that continue to persist, kind of the same profile, not hugely resourced, but just really committed to serving their communities as well.
Thank you. And then my last follow-up conversation or question I'm going to have for you is, I think I'm going to have for you, is you described instead of deserts, areas of poverty. Do you mind sharing where you view that those are in our state?
I mean, I guess I would argue that every news organization in Connecticut, with the, not to be self-aggrandizing here, but with the exception of the Connecticut Mirror, has experienced some level of shrinkage. And that's what's meant by news poverty, that they become shells of their former selves. They've declined in terms of the amount and depth of journalism that they can provide. And the reason we're kind of immune to that is we're relatively new to the scene. And we have been growing to kind of fill the void that is left by the shrinkage of these other news organizations. So the poverty terminology isn't meant to talk about poor communities per se, although poorer communities do suffer from the news poverty that is occurring, because there just aren't as many reporters to report on those communities. The Hartford Current used to have a reporter for every community within its kind of primary geographic catchment area, and multiple reporters covering the city of Hartford, and that just doesn't exist anymore.
Thank you. Thank you again for your testimony today. Thank you for your responses to our questions. And I don't see any other questions or comments from members of the committee. So thank you again for your time and your testimony. Have a great weekend.
Thank you so much. You too. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Stephanie Abrams.
I was about to say good morning, but good afternoon, distinguished members of the GAE committee. My name is Stephanie Abrams, and I'm honored to serve as president and CEO of the New England Air Museum, home to the exhibit The Tuskegee Airmen, Their Untold Stories, now an official stop on the Connecticut Freedom Trail, for which we are extremely proud. Today, I come before you to express my strong and unwavering support for Raise Bill number 1519, which would officially designate April 26 as Tuskegee Airmen Day in Connecticut. It has never been more important than now to secure a date to celebrate the Tuskegee Airmen, to ensure that these American heroes are never erased from history. Their legacy of courage, perseverance, and excellence must remain in our collective consciousness and continue to inspire future generations to stand against injustice and pursue greatness. The Tuskegee Airmen were not only exceptional pilots, but also trailblazers for the fight for racial equality. They fought two battles simultaneously, one against the Axis powers overseas and another against deep-seated racism and discrimination at home. Despite their remarkable competence, many were unjustly dismissed from pilot training, not due to a lack of skill, but due to the color of their skin. And yet, they persevered. Their courage in the skies, flying at an unparalleled number of combat missions, which greatly increased their chances of not coming home, earned them a reputation as some of the most respected fighter pilots of World War II. To the bomber crews flying dangerous missions, the sight of the Tuskegee Airmen's iconic red-tailed aircraft symbolized one thing: hope. They knew that with the red tails escorting them, their chances of returning home safely were far greater. The Tuskegee Airmen excelled in a military that did not fully accept them, proving beyond doubt that ability, courage, and leadership know no racial boundaries. History is not just about dates and events, but about real people, in this instance, men of extraordinary perseverance and conviction who changed the course of history. Connecticut has its own ties to these heroes. Lemuel Custis, Hartford's first Black police officer, became one of the first 5 Tuskegee Airmen pilots and flew 99 missions, which the white pilots did not do, before returning home to serve in our state government and on our museum board. Former State Treasurer Denise Napier is the daughter and niece of Tuskegee Airmen, continuing their legacy through her own leadership. In our exhibit above the bust of 4 Tuskegee Airmen, we had the absolute honor of personally interviewing, who wrote these words. I'm almost done. As the living memory of World War II fades, the legacy of the Tuskegee Airmen remains a call to action. For future generations, the work to achieve their forever guard racial equality continues. By establishing Tuskegee Airmen Day, Connecticut affirms that their legacy must never fade into the history books. It must live on in our classrooms, in our communities, and in our hearts. This designation...
I'm going to interrupt you because your time has elapsed.
Okay.
But I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
What does the rest of your testimony say?
Thank you so much. Their designation is not just an honor, it is a responsibility to ensure that future generations learn from their struggles, celebrate their triumphs, and continue the fight for justice and equality. As the late Earl Exum, chair of our steering committee, so powerfully reminded us, never forget, we stand on the shoulders of giants. I urge you to stand with us today, just to honor these giants. Thank you for your time, for your consideration, and for ensuring that the Tuskegee Airmen's legacy remains an enduring beacon of courage and hope.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Maureen Bello.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
It's my honor.
My husband and I had the pleasure of coming out and visiting the exhibit, and we were so impressed by the exhibit and the bravery of the Tuskegee Airmen. Would you just give a little more information on the role that Connecticut played in advancing aviation around the world?
Connecticut is often called Aerospace Alley, and if you look at everything from typewriters to guns, I mean, so many things were created in Connecticut, which led to the ability to very quickly pull together aerospace when it was necessary for the war. Pratt & Whitney, Sikorsky, Barnes Aerospace, there are so many aerospace companies in Connecticut. And again, there were a lot of people of color who flew in World War II who need to be remembered. And that's, were you asking more about why aviation in Connecticut? Yeah, aviation in Connecticut, and again, it continues today. We're almost at another step change with eVTOL, which is electric-powered flight, and civilian space travel. Things, the shape of aircraft are changing, and so the main aerospace companies that are here in Connecticut today are still creating the future of aerospace.
Thank you. And that's why it's so important to remember our history as well as we move forward. So I appreciate you being here and all of your work reminding us of that history and teaching us about part of aviation that a lot of us didn't know existed before your exhibit. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And again, at the museum, it's not just preserving history, but it's also educating visitors to what the future of aviation is, because it's very exciting, but it's also about educating young people who were not aware of the many, many careers in aerospace. And we are part of workforce development as well.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? I don't see any more, but I do have a couple of questions
Sure.
for you. I believe when you were here last year commenting on this same proposal, you talked about the museum's choice to bring the exhibit in. Can you just tell me more about what that process was? And is it a permanent exhibit or is it going to have an end date?
It's a permanent exhibit. It will continue to update it because we shot a lot of video. But I actually, like the last speaker, had a very long career in journalism, so I'm a storyteller, even though my dad was in World War II, and so I grew up with it. He loved everything about flight, and I kind of caught the bug. But this exhibit is different than others around the country. The other exhibits talk about their record and what they achieved. We actually had the incredible honor of having 4 then living Tuskegee Airmen come to the museum, and we interviewed them. Harry Stewart just passed away recently at age 100, turned 100 on the 4th of July. But our exhibit tells the story through the airmen themselves and through the support of their families and their friends, and also people who were inspired by them. And again, I had the great honor of conducting interviews with the airmen and their families. So we'll continue to update the videos. There's a main theater, which gives the overview, and then there are mini documentaries throughout the exhibit, and we'll be continuing to update them. But it's a permanent exhibit, and actually, we're creating a traveling exhibit to help further education, which we feel you have to understand where you came from to create a better future. So this will also start traveling along with the videos.
That's great. And do you envision that traveling to schools or to specific events?
That would be yes. So
Okay.
to schools, to companies. We actually have Travelers Exhibit just did a podcast, which I hosted, and we had guests, including one of the airmen, and there were over 700 people who attended. So we'll be sending the exhibit to schools, to companies. We'd love to have it in the lobby here if we possibly could, and just make it as available as possible.
That's great. And then on April 26th, is there programming that you already have right now at the museum? Or if this is officially designated through this bill, are there things you're going to do programmatically to recognize it?
We will. We already do quite a bit during Black History Month, but we would absolutely do even more to celebrate this day. We create little mini theaters. I worked with my production partner from the time when I was in television. We did it's a beautiful mini documentary about the early African-American aviation pioneers. And we find that for adults, it's entertaining, and for young people, it's extremely inspirational. We have guest speakers. We also create different kinds of mini exhibits for children that they can interact with, including graphic novel type temporary exhibits that they can enjoy. So we do quite a bit. And also, if there is an official Tuskegee Airmen Day, people will be allowed free into the museum.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. And just my last question is, what are the hours that your museum is open right now?
Right now, we're 9 to 4. During the school year, we're closed on Mondays to the public. Once the kids are out of school, we're open 9 to 4, 7 days a week. And very soon we'll be staying open until 6 p.m. so that people can come after work. But we also have a lot of special events after hours that people can always find on our website.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you again for your time and your testimony and your advocacy on this.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Next, we will hear from Tru Ramen. Is Tru here?
Yep, I'm here.
And please correct me if I've said your first name wrong. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Tru Ramen. Thank you all for your time today, honorable members of the Connecticut legislature. I'm here today to respectfully urge your support for the bill recognizing Diwali as a state holiday. This is not just about acknowledging one festival. It's about affirming the values we all share: light over darkness, good over evil, and unity over division. Just as Christmas brings people of all backgrounds together in joy and reflection, Diwali is also a time when families gather, communities shine, and the values of love, light, and unity are embraced by all. Over 1 billion people around the world, from the Caribbean to the Africa, the Indian subcontinent, and to the Southeast Asia, over 1 billion people celebrate Diwali, each bringing their own unique cultural traditions to this shared festival of light. Diwali's message is universal. It transcends boundaries of faith and nationality. It invites reflection, compassion, and a spirit of service, values that resonate deeply with the fabric of our American democracy. Pennsylvania's recognition of Diwali has already fostered greater interfaith understanding and strengthened community ties. In Connecticut, we have the great opportunity to lead New England states by doing the same, to set a precedent that reflects our state's deep commitment to inclusion and diversity. Recognizing Diwali will send a powerful message that Connecticut sees and values all of its people. It will enhance our state's appeal to families, to businesses, and to the next generation as a place that truly welcomes all backgrounds. This bill does not mandate closures, I believe. It acknowledges the significance of a festival that means so much to so many. In our schools and communities, it will inspire cultural respect, foster understanding, and reflect the lived realities of hundreds of thousands of residents. Honorable members, by honoring Diwali, we have the chance to elevate Connecticut as a beacon of inclusivity and intercultural harmony. Imagine the positive message this would send, not to just to our own citizens of Connecticut, but to the whole of America and to the whole of the world. Diwali's message of triumph over darkness is one that resonates universally. And by recognizing this festival, we in Connecticut, we uplift the shared values that make us all human. Honorable members, in recognizing Diwali, we illuminate a path forward, one of empathy, celebration, and shared humanity.
Forgive me for interrupting, but your time has elapsed. So can you please summarize?
Yep. Honorable members, I urge you to support this bill. Let Connecticut shine as a beacon of light, unity, and progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? I don't see any, but I do have a question for you. And if you're not an expert on this, please don't feel any pressure to respond beyond your own knowledge or your own experiences. But I appreciate your testimony. And you said at one part of your testimony that that Diwali is a celebration that transcends a number of different faiths. And I wonder if you could could tell us a little bit more history about this celebration and how it has how it does connect people of a variety of different faiths.
It's just like Christmas. I don't have to know the history of where Jesus was born in Jerusalem, even though I know all that. I'm not a Christian, but I know so just like that, by celebrating over and over, we all have the spirit of Christmas. It's not about religion. It's for the spirit of the Christmas. Every house, doesn't matter, irrespective of your religion, they have Christmas lights, Christmas trees. Same thing, Diwali. Around that time, everybody, there's a fireworks, there's light, there's happiness. People exchange sweets. My neighbors, they are Christians, Muslims. We would exchange sweets. So it's a spirit of the Diwali. It's not about history or anything. It's about, as a human, the happiness that we see each other in, we see the light over darkness. So that's what it means. Hopefully that clarifies.
Yeah, I think that answers my question a little bit, although again, I'm just trying to learn more. I'm not trying to be adversarial in any way. I would describe Christmas a little bit differently than you just did, but is there a religious origin, I guess I'm asking, to the holiday like there is with Christmas?
I'm sure, there is. I know enough, but I don't want to say facts incorrectly, but I'm sure there are a lot of other people in this room who can clearly articulate that. I'm more of a practically.
That's totally fine. Yep. Like I said, I
thank you.
wasn't trying to make you an expert beyond what you came here to testify on, but I really appreciate you coming and talking about this and sharing, helping us all learn more about this holiday and why it should be recognized like it is in the legislation that's before us today. So I do have one more question from a member of our committee, Representative Santiago. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just need to be excused because I have laryngitis. So can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say that I also will be supporting this issue. I attended a Diwali celebration in Middletown a few months ago, and it's all about the spirit of giving. It's about dancing. It's about buying new clothes. It's about eating sweets and food, and I always love to eat food. And it was just a good celebration of bringing in the Christmas spirit. So I want to thank you, Mr. Raymond, for being here today, and hopefully we will be passing this. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further comments or questions from members of the committee, thank you again. Thank you very much for your time and your testimony and your advocacy on this important piece of legislation. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Cheryl Sharp. Welcome, Cheryl. The floor is yours whenever you are ready. And if someone is joining you, if you wouldn't mind just having them identify themselves when they come up, you can feel free to pull a chair over if you like, as long as you don't mind sharing the microphone.
We do not mind sharing the microphone. Is it morning now?
It's
Afternoon?
afternoon, solidly afternoon.
Good afternoon. Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, Senator Sampson, Representative Mastro Francesco. I practiced that so many times, but and we got it out. And members of the GAE committee, thank you for your willingness to raise this bill, 1518, this Senate bill, at the request of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. This bill makes changes to the CHRO statutes regarding the small and minority-owned business contract compliance program. The bill impacts three main things, and you have our testimony. I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to highlight a few things. I am joined by Attorney Spencer Hill. He is an attorney in our legal department, and he is also the liaison to our contract compliance unit, and he's here to augment what I have to say. So first, adopting project-specific goals. This is one of the recommendations that we received from Griffin and Strong, a nationally recognized company that did the disparity study for us after a national search and with DAS working with us to select this firm. So adopting project-specific goals. Currently, agencies must set a static goal for contracting. 25% is set aside for small businesses, and 25% of that 25%, a lot of numbers here, 6.25% is set aside for minority business enterprises. And minority business enterprises are ethnic minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and disabled-owned businesses. Currently, that static goal is what we have in place. This project-specific goal encourages participation, but does not recognize that each project is unique. It's unique because of the area, it's unique because of the size, it's unique because of what is needed on that project. We are recommending that goals for inclusion be set according to the specific requirements of a project, narrowly tailoring, which is what is required when you're doing something, a race-based classification or sex-based classification, to project goals to be specific to industries. The project needs and the availability of MWBEs are available in the area will mean that the program is more effective overall. Secondly, require periodic reassessment of the program. In response to recent case law and best practices, another change is to include a requirement that a new disparity study be conducted after 5 to 7 years before the program is reauthorized. As you are aware, it's been 35 plus years since we have done a disparity study, which created the weightiness of getting the study done and some information gaps, and made it so much more difficult for the study to be conducted because it was such a long period of time since we had done a study. But after countless times asking, and I hear that bell and I know you're going to tell me to wrap it up, and I will, we got this disparity study in place. And thirdly, the third thing and last thing that I'll say is the modernization of data collection. CHRO is recommending an overhaul of the state's data collection mechanism. We need to digitize the contract compliance process, improve data collection. This will allow a more tailored approach that is narrow and warranted, and phase out those approaches that are no longer useful.
Attorney Sharp, I am going
thank
to
you.
have to interrupt you and ask you to please summarize, but then I'm sure we will have lots of questions.
So that is the summary of those 3 points. I'll just reiterate them. Adopt project-specific goals, require periodic reassessment of the program, and modernize data collection.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this morning. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none? Okay. Well, thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Shannon Keefe, who will be followed by Brian Flood, who will be followed by Sean Geo. Welcome, Shannon. The floor is yours. And then just have whoever happens to join you identify themselves as well, if they join you.
Morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, co-chairs Flexer and Blumenthal and distinguished members of the committee. I'm Shannon Keefe, and I'm speaking on behalf of the State Elections Enforcement Commission. On the agenda is items 1, 2, and 14 are proposals that we recommended. Item 1 is our muni filing bill to take effect for 2029, and item 14 is our referendum and independent expenditures bill, making conforming changes to court orders and other adjustments. We've submitted written testimony on these re-proposals, and I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to talk to you now about item 2 on the agenda, House Bill 7222. House Bill 7222 offers adjustments that we believe will make the program easier to participate in for treasurers, more fair for candidates, and easier to understand for the regulated community. Solicitor and solicit are both defined terms in the statute, but not everyone who solicits is a solicitor, and the rules concerning these similar terms are different. This proposal would rename solicitor as collector within the statutes and thereby end the confusion. Sections 6 and 7 will make a CEP treasurer's job much, much, much easier. Within the CEP, treasurers perform an absolutely critical oversight function with respect to the public funds. During the 2024 cycle, we gave out over $14 million in grants to the General Assembly alone. It was the treasurers who, 1, ensured that these monies were used only to pay for permissible expenditures, 2, that payments for goods and services were not in excess of the usual and normal charges, 3, that there was transparency and accountability through public reporting, and 4, that the expenditure limit was upheld. When a committee chooses to use a consultant, sometimes the information and documentation needed by the treasurer to perform these important duties is not available. The purpose of the language is to allow liability for consultants who receive a certain amount of public funds but fail to provide the treasurers the documentation they need. We believe, based on years of experience and many, many calls with upset treasurers, that the small change to the statutes will make the CEP treasurer's oversight and role infinitely easier and the job of the treasurer far less stressful. This bill also requests that we put back into the law a type of organization expenditure that has existed in the CEP since the beginning of the program. In 2023, the language allowing it was eliminated, and that created a great deal of confusion in the 2024 cycle, and we hope that the committee will consider putting it back in. Finally, this bill would clear up issues created by the timing of consumer price indexing. For 1, qualifying contribution amount, and 2, also the qualifying threshold required to apply for a grant. It does not change the timing of the CPI index for the grants themselves or for organizations' expenditures that can be made on behalf of the candidates. So those will remain at the higher level. As currently enacted, gubernatorial committees may now qualify for grants before they receive ballot access. Those applying before January of the election year will only have to raise $250,000, while those who apply after January 15th will have to raise well over $327,000, which is a difference of over $77,000. Also, the timing of the consumer price indexing for General Assembly and other statewide candidates creates problems for those that begin fundraising before the adjustments. Refunds and participation in pre-application reviews become an issue for treasurers as they're forced to fundraise in waves. This proposal will fix all of that. There have been other proposals that offer less complete consumer price indexing fixes, and we support those as well, but we hope that you'll consider this more complete fix that addresses all of the problems at once. I'll be happy to answer any questions on all 3 of our bills.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony and for finishing up right when the bell rang. I know that there are questions and comments from members of the committee, and so I will turn to my co-chair, Representative, or was there somebody else? Representative Master Francesco, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for coming in to testify today. You testified mostly on Senate Bill 7222. Can you kind of give me a little highlight on the other two bills that you were testifying in favor of?
Sure. One is the muni filing bill. And so right now municipal filings are divided between two places. Some of the filings that have to do with the local race are filed with the town clerk locally, and some are filed with us. And so you have to go to two different places to find them. Ours are available electronically and they're completely searchable. And the other ones depend on how they keep the documents at the 169 towns. Some are in a banker's box under a desk and a lot less searchable. And so we've already spent the money. The state spent the money back in 2007, over $1 million to create a great electronic filing system. And what we're proposing is just bringing the rest of the filings into that system. It wouldn't take a lot of extra work. We believe we can do it with a fiscal note of just 2 more people in order to make that work for all 169 towns, relieving them of those duties. And we're asking that it start in 2029 so that we have a chance to, one, focus on making our IT systems better for the 2026 election cycle, and then begin working on this in 2027 so that it can happen in 2029. So we're just asking for a little bit of a runway to make it work seamlessly.
Okay, thank you. And I didn't see any testimony from the towns regarding that they were in supportive of it. So
I think there's been supportive testimony. It's a little bit confusing because there's 2 bills that are exactly the same with 2 different names, but I can check and send it to you if there's supportive testimony that's been filed.
Okay, thank you. And then there was one more bill. Was it number 14?
Yes, that is our referendum and independent expenditure bill. And if you don't mind, I'll ask my colleague Josh Foley to summarize that
Okay,
one.
give me an idea what that's
It's a bit longer and more complicated.
If you don't mind, when you start talking, can you also identify yourself?
Of course.
Thank you.
I'm Josh Foley, a staff attorney at the State Elections Enforcement Commission. The second bill is it's 1517, I believe. And it's a bill that we've been proposing over and over again for many years. It's really kind of best thought of as a housekeeping bill. Over the course of the last 13 years, since Citizens United, I guess is the beginning point, there's been a lot of federal cases that have changed the fundamental underpinnings of a lot of election law. So primarily what this bill does is try to update our statutes so that they're that they abide by the federal rulings. It does a little bit more than that, but for example, I think probably the best example, the best way to answer your question is just to give an example. Because of some federal cases, we now have to have independent expenditure political committees in Connecticut. We have to allow them. We've created, our commission did a ruling to allow them to form because we have to, but the rules for them have never been fleshed out by the legislature. Like, for example, when you form a candidate committee, you have to do something with your surplus at the end of it, when it closes. If you have a political committee, you have to do something with the surplus. Well, we don't know what to do with the surplus of an independent expenditure political committee because there's no rules for it. So this legislation, among other things, sets forth the rules for what independent expenditure political committees can do, who they can give money to, and when they wind down, how do they get rid of their money. That's just one example. There's other court cases that have made some of our laws perhaps untenable, like the one that has struck down aggregate contribution limits for individuals. There's a provision in our law that says an individual can only give so much overall in an election cycle, and that's not constitutional. Over the course of the years, the law has changed in a bunch of ways for referenda and independent expenditures, and it's kind of confused what rules apply to referendum committees versus independent expenditure committees. Like, for example, what attribution you'd put on a video if you're supporting a referendum. If it's considered a referendum committee, you wouldn't have to put anything. But if it's an independent expenditure political committee, you'd have to follow independent expenditure political committee attribution rules. So it's really just about cleaning up all the law regarding those two types of expenditures, referendum expenditures and independent expenditures.
Okay, thank you. You, in the beginning, you had mentioned about the Connecticut statute conforming with federal guidelines when it came to the excess funds in a campaign and how to use them and what you can and cannot do. So what do we do currently right now, and what is the federal guidelines for that? What is the difference?
Well, that's a good question. So for independent expenditure political committees, we tell people to follow the rules more or less of what a referendum expenditure committee would do when they're done. You know, the referendum's over, they get rid of their money. It doesn't exactly track because there's some hazards with an independent expenditure political committee. Say somebody gives an independent expenditure political committee $1 million and they don't spend much of it, or they spend half of it. After the election or whatever it was formed to do, they have to get rid of $500,000. Now, according to, if they were a normal political committee, they could give it to their town committee. $1 million to a town committee, because political committees can give to party committees from their surplus. There's not like a contribution limit on it, on what surplus is. So we couldn't adopt that, but a referendum committee is allowed to give money back to the contributors. That's one thing that's fair to do. But can they give it away to a 501c3, for example? That's one thing that referendum committees could do. And it seems like it would be fair for an independent expenditure political committee to do that too, but it's not in the law. As for what the federal law is regarding the dispersal of surplus for independent expenditure committees, I don't know the answer.
Okay, you had mentioned that in your testimony, and that's separate from that change would be separate from what is allowed in the Citizens Elections Program, correct?
Yes, completely separate.
That'd be totally separate.
In fact, I don't think anything in this bill has much to do with the Citizens Election Program, although I'll amend that statement right now. There's a small part of the bill that has to deal with the time to return CEP funds because it conflicts with a criminal statute, I guess, that says that if you hold on to the funds for too long, it's considered theft. And we want to extend that out so it's not considered theft. They have more time to return it before it's considered stealing.
Okay, thank you. And how long do you want to push that out to? What is currently required and how long do you want to make it?
The termination of the committee.
Say that again.
It's the termination of the committee. So what happened was when the legislature in 2011, when all of that happened, they extended the time to terminate a committee until the end of June. And they didn't change the other law that said thou shalt terminate by this date. We're asking that we put this date back and give us back our 5 months to audit. So if we did that, we wouldn't have this conflict. But if we don't, we should move the felony laws to match the termination date that was put in 2011.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Madam Chair, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for being with us today, both of you, and thanks for your work on behalf of the people of the state. I had a couple of questions. First of all, is there any advantage? Well, I'll put it this way. There was an alternative timeline for CPI adjustments that's been suggested in some bills. I understand you prefer the one in this one. Is there any advantage as far as you can see it to that other timeline?
No. It's just that it's not as complete. So one of the other timelines just moves it back a month. And then it also puts it in the middle of the month, which doesn't make any sense because the numbers only come out in the end of the month. So it's a halfway fix and it just moves it a little bit. And when that came out last year, our last session, we took a look at that and we ran a lot of numbers, and what we saw was there was a trend of committees opening up earlier and earlier and beginning to fundraise. And I think the date that was chosen is kind of where most of the committees were opening up. But even in 2024, they're opening up even earlier. So what we've done is just move it to the very beginning of the cycle. So it's just a more complete fix, predicting the trends and starting it when people could possibly begin fundraising or should begin fundraising if they are participating in the program for the prior cycle. And then the other thing is the other bills don't take into account at all the problem with the statewide grants. And I do think people are going to be really upset if some people raise 250,000 to qualify and others are required to raise more than 77,000, because that's 77,000 is only a 1-year adjustment. We're going to adjust it by another year increase. So that's going to go up even more, that differential. And I think people will really perceive the program the first time it runs with these new grants as being really unfair. And it's also not just to qualify for the convention campaigning grant, but that 250,000 versus 277 or 326,000, whatever it ends up being, will qualify them for like the entire 20 million. So it could really be a fundamental differential.
Yeah, that would create quite a bit of unfairness, I think. So I appreciate you pointing it out to us. For the municipal campaign filings bill, you indicated that you thought it would be able to be done with just 2 additional positions. Would those positions be for a certain period, or would they be kind of in perpetuity?
I think we need them in perpetuity to keep the system running and everything. I don't think we'd need them right away. If we got the 2029 start date, it would be more the next budget cycle appropriations. But they would be, what we do is we will be taking on a lot of work from the town clerk. So it will cause a lot more questions to come to us. It's a lot more upkeep of the system and getting everything, making sure all the filings are working and sending out the filing notices and things like that. So just the 2 positions will enable us to do all of that work for the 169 towns.
Might save some money for the towns, it sounds like.
Yes.
And how would it increase transparency, if at all?
Quite a bit. And actually, we kind of saw it when we ran the pilot program. It was amazing, all the calls that we got about who had filed, if had this come in, had that come in. And they were expecting it to show up right away, but we had to get the filing and then post it. This will be instantaneous now. As soon as something happens, people will be able to see it. I think that'll really work well for like the 1B filers who don't have a lot of other filings, but it will let people know who's in the race quickly. And also the local referendums. We've heard stories about an influx of outside of Connecticut money coming in to try to affect local referendums, particularly with school board and issues like that. And right now you can't see it, and you can't see if in each different municipality a similar thing is happening because some outside group is funding all of it. But if you bring it all up to one place, people will be able to search and see immediately.
I'd just like to add that we regularly get calls from reporters, kind of dovetailing with the journalist who was speaking here earlier, from all across the state, and they're always interested to know what's happening in Hartford, Bridgeport, New Haven, these big cities, and they think that we have the filings up in ECRIS because they're big important races and a lot of money's being spent. We don't, and I have to explain what Shannon just explained, that all those local filings are in local filing cabinets. But so for the press would be #1 user for these for the disclosure that would happen under this bill.
Thank you. And lastly, I have a question that is completely unfair and not about any bill that's on our agenda. So if you'd like to reserve your answer and get back to us on it, that's totally fine. One issue that has been brought to my attention by a number of colleagues and people who have run races, in particular this fall, is I'm sure you're familiar with it. candidates who, shall we say, are not necessarily completely dilatory with their getting their applications for CEP in, but wait till the very last minute, at which point, and they file maybe on the last day or near the last day of their eligibility for the full grant. And if they apply at that time, there is a very understandable traffic jam in SCEC trying to get out and review all these applications and get them out. And sometimes that means that people, if they have problems with their applications, like that you recognize and they haven't completed them properly, they have the opportunity to correct them and correct them and correct them. And eventually when they get approved, if they applied initially by the last deadline before the reduced grant deadline, they get the full grant amount and they might get it, you know, a week or 2 weeks before the election. And there's just no conceivable way, I think most people would think, to spend it doing things that are useful for an election. And so I was wondering if you had any thoughts about how we might address that issue. Because right now our system, it takes into account when you file your application, but it doesn't take into account when you file a complete and adequate application. And so if you had any thoughts on that, again, I'm putting you on the spot on a bill we haven't actually put forward today, so feel free to reserve. But if you have any thoughts on that, we'd be interested in hearing them.
That's interesting. So 1405 has become the last bill on the agenda for Monday. And that actually has a provision in it that addresses this. Although I thought that the way that that provision worked was the opposite of what you were concerned about. And it caused us to have to give money to people who didn't even come in with a full application. But if you don't mind, I'll take the weekend and think about it. And I'll come back on Monday with a really good answer for you.
I've got a really short answer, which is to roll back the whole reduction schedule. I think that's what caused this problem in the first place.
But we'd be interested in hearing, obviously, you know, it's a statutory problem. We've created it with the current state of the statutes, and be interested in hearing more about how to address it. You know, obviously you want people who apply on time in an adequate way to get the full funding. But we also don't want to waste we don't want to waste CEP dollars. And when a lot of money is eligible to be spent in a very short period of time with, you know, not a great chance of it being spent in a smart or transparent way, I think it opens up possibilities for problems. And so, you know, obviously this is a broader issue that we should consider, but I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. And I see no further comments or questions from members of the committee. So thank you again for your time and your testimony. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thank
See
you.
Monday.
Next, we will hear from Brian Flood, who will be followed by Sean Gio, who will be followed by Bina Joshi. Brian, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs Flexer and Blumenthal, the members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. I thought my camera was off a little bit. My name is Brian Flood, Flood. Thanks for having me. I am an officer with the Connecticut Trial Lawyers Association, and I am also a private personal injury attorney. We support raised bill number 7227. Essentially, what that bill attempts to do is to maximize the fee or the cost for obtaining a patient's medical records, and more specifically, maximizing that fee whether the medical records are requested from the patient, him or herself, or whether they're requested from the patient's representative or an attorney. As things stand currently, a patient can request their medical records and obtain their medical records on a disc for $6.50. However, if a patient's attorney requests those records, they can be paying thousands of dollars to obtain the exact same records. So this bill attempts to fix that. I am a personal injury lawyer. We represent thousands of people who have been harmed. So we request a lot of medical records. And it seems to me that my time can best be spent if I just share a little bit with how all of this works. And I will say that things have improved probably over the last 12 or 14 months, but there's still a problem, in our opinion. If we went back just a couple of years, I represented a gentleman who was wheelchair bound in a transport service. The driver was texting, distracted, looks up, sees car stop ahead, causes a crash. He goes flying out of his wheelchair, significant injuries. He's in a rehabilitation facility for receiving therapy for months. So he can't obtain these medical records himself. What ended up happening in that case is to request his records just from one facility. We paid SIOX $2,036.93. Those records could have been obtained by him if he were able for $6.50. So there's this disparity. And what actually happens in the end, the way that all of this works is I'll advance those costs. I will pay those. But ultimately, when his case resolves, he's paying that $2,000 in costs to obtain those medical records, which should cost him much less. So if we were to fast forward to today, if we had that exact same scenario, all the same players involved, SIOX, this gentleman, et cetera, and we requested those records, I would obtain those records. I wouldn't pay $2,000. I would pay $810.02, and I can't tell you why. I don't know why. It seems to be some sort of artificial cap that SIOX has for some reason or another. So they are less. And that's probably subject to change at any given time, but we would pay $810. Same thing. He would end up footing that bill at the end of the day to obtain those records. So, nowadays, the way that this works, so back then I would request the records. And in the first case, the first scenario I gave you, they would mail them to me. And I would receive them that way. Nowadays, and certainly if the client obtained them, he would get them on a disc. And all of those options are still available these days. But if I were to request
Excuse me,
them
Attorney
now,
Flood, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your 3 minutes has elapsed.
oh, wow.
If you could
I
just
thought I
wrap
was pretty
up.
good at timing myself, but all right, fair enough.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm sure you have questions.
Sure.
Ready? I had a couple questions, so I'll start with that. So first of all, if you could just complete that thought that you were kind of working on right there at the end of your testimony. And then I guess the follow-up question is, could you just clarify for us who pays for these medical records ultimately when they're requested, not directly by the patient, but by the patient's representative or attorney?
Sure, of course, fair enough. What I was going to say is that nowadays, some of these retrieval services have portals. And my office certainly uses these portals. So if we were to use SIOX as an example, and I was requesting records from them, I would request records through the portal. It does get expedited fairly quickly, to be honest with you. I can't explain the disparity. Sometimes it takes a couple of days. Sometimes it takes 6 weeks, 2 months. I can only speculate that that has something to do with the providers themselves and not SIOX, but I don't know that. In that case, we would still be billed for all of the records. They're available on the portal for us to obtain them. But in SIOX's situation, they are capping them at $810.02 with sales tax and everything else. To answer your second question, the person who pays these costs ultimately is always the client. So I mentioned earlier that I would advance these costs if I'm requesting the records, but at the end of the day, the client ultimately pays for those to obtain those medical records.
Thank you. And it's my understanding that these records are available to the patient at a cost of $6.50 because of the HITECH Act and related regulations. What was the purpose of the HITECH Act in this regard in terms of giving access to patients to their medical records?
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to earlier, this HITECH Act where a client could obtain those records themselves at a cost of $6.50. It is certainly, all of this is digital. It's relatively simple for someone to provide this information. And it's just very important, obviously, for patients to have access to their medical records and not be faced with exorbitant costs to obtain their medical records. And they need them for multiple reasons, certainly for health reasons and decisions they're making, but certainly from my perspective, representing someone who's harmed and we're bringing a claim for negligence, we need those medical records to first assess what the injuries are, where they're going, what their prognosis is, provide them to the insurance companies, and ultimately prove the case. Historically, it would take a long time, but the reason behind that is really to make those medical records available to patients.
Thank you. And it's my understanding that the HITECH Act also contained very significant subsidies and funding to allow providers to transition to electronic health records. Is that your understanding as well?
That's my understanding, but I can't speak to the specifics of that.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I was wondering if you or your members had any information about when people are working with an electronic health record, how difficult or easy these records are to produce. How much labor do they require?
So obviously, on the other side, you're referring
Yes,
to
if someone is trying to provide electronic health records to produce them to you, how difficult is it to go to the electronic health record system and essentially print them out or put them in a PDF to send?
Yeah, it's actually, it's a pretty good system from that standpoint. So it's pretty easy. So from their standpoint, they just need to upload this information. From our standpoint, what happens is we request the records. There is a bill sent. We pay them. In our case, we pay them automatically by credit card, so they're paid, and then they appear on the portal and can be printed. So it's a relatively simple process from my perspective.
That's pretty striking. So you're being charged $800 something or maybe much more. I've heard far higher bills, but in the Judiciary Committee hearing on a similar version of this bill, and there was, of course, the over $2,000 charge that you referred to. So, it sounds like with these electronic health records systems, it takes, maybe a couple clicks or pressing a couple buttons to.
That's certainly what it appears to be, because whether I'm requesting 5 records or 1,000 records, they're all there at the same time at the push of a button. So you wouldn't think that there would be much more cost or expense involved in that. They continue to charge per page at 65 cents and what they're doing. So nowadays, if I did that and I had a $2,000 bill, for whatever reason, I just can't explain why, because I haven't seen it anywhere. They have, just through my experience, they've been capping it at $810. So that's where it stands presently.
Oh, that's interesting. Additionally,
that's simply SIOX, right? So there are other retrieval services that would do something else. But I have seen it consistently with SIOX, with requesting records from them, where over the last year or so, even though I see a bill exceeding $800, it comes in at $800. They discount it.
Maybe they're worried about us capping it at a lower
Perhaps,
amount.
because it is outlandish to make a person pay $800, almost $1,000 simply to obtain their medical records.
Additionally, I had my question in mind and then it slipped it.
As long as you're not asking me about some bill that has not been proposed yet.
Well, we're for a public agency, so we won't put you on the hook for that. We've heard some testimony in the past on bills like this from some of not the healthcare providers necessarily, but the kind of the SIOX, Datavant services, that they're putting in a bunch of labor to organize these records and redact them and do things like that. Based on the product that you and your members have received, do you have any response to those claims?
It would not appear to the eye looking at these records that that has happened. You know, they seem like they are the same records that if I were to go to the hospital and pick them up, they appear to be the same thing. So I imagine there's certainly something involved in uploading the records, but it's digital. So I would think it would be the push of a button.
All right. Well, I'm interested to hear from them how they explain that discrepancy. You know, I can say as someone who's practiced law and requested medical records myself, they don't seem to be any particular order when they arrive. It doesn't appear that any real organization has been imposed on them when they're provided to me. I'm not sure about other attorneys, but there's no need for a redaction because we have an authorization. And it's really a mystery to me how these charges can possibly be justified when the patients are paying for them ultimately, and they're seeking access to their own medical record. It seems something you know, it's their healthcare information. I was very interested to hear the time periods that it's taken, and I would reflect similarly in my experience. Is there any rhyme or reason to how long it takes to provide these records, especially when it seems relatively easy to get them from the from the health record system?
Yeah, so the charges are certainly out of whack. And then from a time of receiving the records, there's not necessarily a rhyme or reason. I will tell you that my office has gone completely to this portal whenever the portal is available, and the portal is improved over the old way. So if you were to do it the old way, records would be somewhat out of, out of order, et cetera, duplicates and all of those types of things. It is less so now, So the problem, of course, is that there are other people who are not using the portal, or it would be difficult for a person to do that themselves. The only reason why I do it is because this is what I do for a living, and it's easier to deal with them and create a relationship and use their portal. It's helpful. But other people who aren't doing that, it's certainly going to delay the process from sending a check and requesting it and the whole 9 yards. It's going to take much longer for them to obtain their medical records. If you're using the portal, there are times where it is, I won't say instantaneously, but almost. You can request the record, pay for it, and it may appear as quickly as in 2 days. And there are other times where it's 6 weeks, 8 weeks. Sometimes something goes awry. But that's generally the time frame if you have the ability to use the portal.
Thank you. And I have one more question, and then I think Representative Master Francesco has one. How can that impact an individual's ability to bring a claim if there's a delay in delivery of health records, and maybe there's a statute of limitations approaching? What impact can that have on their right to even get into court in the first place and have their claims
Sure.
heard?
So it creates all sorts of problems, and I think it depends on the case too. So if you were investigating a medical malpractice case, for instance, you certainly want to obtain those records sooner rather than later. There's a 2-year statute of limitations, but in order to bring one of those claims, you can't just file the lawsuit. You need those records well in advance. You need another physician to review those and give an opinion as to whether the claim is even viable. So if you are talking to someone and you're close to that 2-year period, you may not even take the case because you're going to be in so much trouble because you may not get the records and you may not be able to do anything with it. So it's a problem there. Historically, it's been a problem with all other types of cases as well, and it clogs up the court in many ways. So there's motions for orders of compliance to provide more records, and if they're delayed, and sometimes they're delayed for a period of time, sometimes an excessive period of time, the insurance company wants them, they're bothering the court. There's a lot of that going back and forth, which is wasting everyone's time simply because we don't have the records earlier.
Well, thank you very much for that answer. That's very concerning as well. And I'll hand you over to Representative Master Francesco for a question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. This is very interesting. I'm not really familiar with this area. I'm obviously not an attorney. So if someone needed their medical records, so I'm just really trying to understand this, there's a portal that someone can go into, an individual or the client or the attorney, to obtain the information. Is that the only portal that is out there, or would a client have to go to their individual doctor's office and hospital and so forth?
Yeah, sorry. So to back up a little bit, I think it would be, as a practical matter, difficult for a client themselves to sign up for the portal and get in there and give them all their information, and they probably wouldn't go through that process. However, these portals only apply to certain providers who contract with certain data retrieval companies who then provide the records. So if I'm trying to get records from a hospital, I am likely to get it through the portal. It applies to some other medical providers as well, but not all, because not all of them align themselves with these retrieval services. If I were just a person who wanted to obtain my own medical records, I could go to the doctor's office, ask for my records, sign a medical authorization, and obtain them. And I could take advantage of what Representative Blumenthal was talking about a moment ago. I could take advantage of the HITECH Act and obtain all of my records on a disk for $6.50. If I chose to have them delivered to me in paper form, I would pay it would be 65 cents per page, and whatever that added up to, with no real maximum to that. So if you have a lot of records, the obvious choice would be to use the HITECH Act and get those records for $6.50 yourself.
Okay, thank you. And those records would be the client would be retrieving individually from their doctor's office, I'm assuming. Can the law office or for your firm get those records as well on a disc, or do they have to be mailed to you? And that's where the spike.
Yeah, there's a problem in the law, and that's what this legislation fixes. So if, for instance, if I represented you and you had been harmed and you wanted me to obtain your medical records, I could not request them under the HITECH Act. I'm treated differently than you, even though I am your attorney and I am doing it on your behalf. That was like the example that I gave earlier, where we had to pay $2,000. We had an injured person who was disabled in a therapy facility for months and couldn't do it if he wanted to. So we had to request the records, and ultimately he ends up paying $2,000 for those. If he were able, he could have gone to the hospital and asked for those records and received them on a disc for just $6.50, which I think reflects what the labor is involved to actually obtain these records.
Got it. I understand. So the copies that you received were mailed to you. So you had actual copies of it where the client had them on a disc. I guess.
So in that case, they were mailed to me. If I were to do it today and it was the same company, CHRO, I would go through the portal. I would have access to it through the computer, and then I would print those records off.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chairman. So does a client have access to that portal? Can they get access to that portal? To you, Mr. Chairman.
You know, it's funny because I've never thought of having them do that, because it's a practical matter. It doesn't make much sense for them to go into the portal to do that, because they would still have to pay the same costs, and it makes more sense for me to do that as their attorney to have those records. I would think, as a practical matter, you know, we had to go through a process to register with them, and I'm sure check your credit and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, I suppose it's probably conceivable that somebody could do that and set up an account and go through that, but it would be impractical, I think.
Thank you. Yeah, and I actually agree that most people, when they hire an attorney, they want them to do all the work for them to go around trying to collect all their medical records.
Correct. And from my perspective, I want to keep the integrity of it as well. I want it to come directly from the medical provider, so I know exactly what I have. It's all the same. So it's important from that standpoint as well.
Okay, thank you. Just one more quick question. And where does the cap come in? I think you mentioned $800.
Yeah, I'm
And
sorry. That is one
they can
that
charge
is,
you?
it's just from experience that I'm telling you. So that cap is not coming from any law that I'm aware of. It just seems to me that SIOX, whenever I get a bill, which is a lot of times, that exceeds $810. So for instance, I might get a bill for $3,000. It gets discounted to $810.02 after taxes. So I'm just speaking to that from experience because I pay them $810 a lot. I don't know where that's coming from. It seems somewhat arbitrary to me.
Okay. Thank you for so much for your information for testifying today. Thank you, Mr.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions from the committee? I had a couple more that I remembered while good representative was asking you hers. So first of all, you mentioned that you were talking for the 800 something dollar cap. That's just one provider that has been tending to do that recently. There are other providers.
Yeah. So it's not really a cap. It just happens to be through experience. That's what I'm seeing. They're reducing it to $810. SIOX is one of the bigger players here, so that's why I'm talking about SIOX. There are a number of other similar type data companies, and I have not seen them ever reduce the bill from whatever it happens to be.
Okay, and you've been just talking about individual medical records requests from one particular facility. If a person has a complicated medical history where you have to get records from 10 or 12 facilities or institutions, I could see this really adding up to tens of thousands of dollars. Has that been your experience?
Sure. So just to use SIOX, yes, if it's per provider. So I'm getting a bill for the records from each provider. If I'm talking about SIOX or somebody else, they're sending it to me for each provider. There are times where SIOX might, handle records for 5 of those providers and somebody else does it for 5 other providers. So I'm getting it from different ways, but yes, we are paying over and over again from the different providers for the cost of those records. So yes, it approaches thousands and tens of thousands of dollars quite often.
Thank you. And I did find the written testimony from MRO, which appears to be a company that is one of these other companies that handles medical records productions. And in their written testimony, they claim that this bill will weaken the current framework for ensuring patient medical record privacy because it will remove financial disincentives for third parties to limit their medical record requests to pertinent information or make redactions. Do you have any response to that?
I'm not sure I understand that. Sorry, they're saying what?
Sorry, I'll read it again. So they said in their testimony that this bill imposing a fee cap on medical records requests, regardless on the patient's behalf, regardless of whether it's the patient or themselves or the representative or their attorney, that it would somehow weaken patient medical record privacy. Do you agree or disagree with that, and why?
Yeah, I would disagree. I can't even imagine how that would be possible. It makes little sense to me.
It's
I'm sure it
certainly
makes little sense to anybody listening to that. It doesn't track.
Certainly off the top of my head, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Sure.
I don't see anyone from this organization or any organization or company that opposes this bill testifying on our testimony list today. I wish they were here so I could ask them that question. But it certainly doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Attorney Flood, I really appreciate you being here with us today and shedding some light on this subject. It certainly seems very fundamentally unjust that a patient should be charged, tens of thousands of dollars potentially just to access their own medical records, and only because they're doing it through a representative or an attorney rather than literally themselves. And as you mentioned with your client with the disability, sometimes patients just can't even do it themselves. So it seems to me a pretty significant injustice and a pretty damaging loophole that's being exploited with regard to the HITECH Act. So I thank you for your testimony today. I hope that we'll get some further clarification from those who oppose the bill about some of these questions, because I'm frankly very confused about their written testimony. I don't understand what basis there is for the claims they're making. So thank you very much for your testimony today and for informing this committee.
Thank you for having me.
All right, next up we have Sean Gio, followed by Bina Joshi, followed by James Jeter.
Good afternoon, Representative Blumenthal, other members of the committee. My name is Sean Gio. I'm here to speak in support of SB 1522, which would increase funding for the Community Investment Act. I'm Sean Gio, Policy Director at Partnership for Strong Communities. We're a statewide affordable housing research and advocacy organization. This bill proposes a modest increase in the recording fee received by the Community Investment Act from $40 to $46. This adjustment would boost funding available for crucial affordable housing and homeless services. It also funds many other sectors. You'll hopefully hear from other folks, both in the environmental community, and farmers and others. As you well know, Connecticut faces a substantial shortfall of affordable homes for very low income renter households, in particular those earning less than 30% of an area's median household income. In fact, a national study was released last week that reports that Connecticut only has 33 affordable and available homes for every 100 households in the income bracket. So the Department of Housing uses these CIA allocations to support housing development initiatives, providing essential capital, particularly for pre-development, which is generally the hardest part of the development process to find funding for. And these funds will help kickstart projects that leverage additional state bonding programs like the Affordable Housing Program and the Housing Trust Fund, allowing these projects to begin more quickly. You, I'm sure, are also aware that Connecticut's been experiencing a troubling rise in homelessness in recent years, as rents have increased by about 29% just since 2021. DOH also uses CI allocations to bolster the coordinated access networks, which aid individuals and families experiencing homelessness statewide. The CAN infrastructure streamlines assistance by centralizing entry points, assessments, diversion strategies, and housing resource maps, and ensuring more effective and efficient aid delivery, particularly to those with the most complex needs. Without adequate and steady funding, CANs face staff layoffs, resulting in service gaps, longer wait times for intake assessments for those experiencing homelessness. Ensuring CANs have the resources they need guarantees cost-effective assistance for Connecticut residents facing these housing emergencies. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you'll support this small increase in the recording fee. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your time and your testimony. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next up is Bina Joshi, followed by James Jeter, followed by Jane Montanaro. Bina Joshi, are you with us? No. Mr. Jeter?
Good afternoon, co-chairs, Senator Flexer and Representative Blumenthal, ranking members and distinguished members of the GAE committee. My name is James Jeter. I am the executive director of the Full Citizens Coalition. The Full Citizens Coalition is a Connecticut-based action group focused on undoing the unjust harm caused by felony disenfranchisement and ensuring that every citizen is respected as a full citizen. Martin Luther King, letter from Birmingham jail, he says, an unjust law is a code inflicted upon a minority, which that minority had no part in enacting or creating because they did not have the unhampered right to vote. I'm writing to express my strong support for Raise Bill HB 7229. In 1968, the Fair Housing Act passed, ending discriminatory practices that denied housing access based on race, color, creed, religion, or sexual preference, making the civil rights era the greatest era of democracy in U.S. history. However, in 1969, Connecticut decided that democracy and civil rights wasn't a thing that they wholeheartedly wanted to embrace, and created a counter zoning policy that allowed every city and town to create their own zoning laws. This decentralized structure in our state has crippled our cities and impacted our entire state. Our urban city school systems are underfunded annually because of the lack of property taxes in our cities, which fuels a cycle of low labor market engagement, extreme rent burdens, and creates racial and ethnic concentrated areas of poverty. But we have not fixed these issues. We have spent the last 50 years punitively policing these communities, which has caused high crime rates, because poverty does produce crime and disengages communities through felony convictions, and we are communities that are over-arrested, over-convicted, and over-sentenced. 2009, Connecticut had the highest incarcerated population in state history and set at the #3 spot in our nation for incarcerated persons per capita. 2009 is the pinnacle of permeation of civic disengagement in the state. 20,000 incarcerated folks, the peak of mass incarceration in Connecticut. Today, 16 years removed, the present population being half that amount cannot alone re-engage a community. It may take another 50 years to undo the last 50 years. And I'll count 50 years from 1973 to 2023, 50 years of mass incarceration. Our communities have been disengaged through the criminal legal system. How equitable is it that we re-engage at the very nexus of civic disengagement? Voting in jail, and for me, ultimately in prison, and having access to your ballot will provide incarcerated persons with valid community engagement that they've never known, ownership that they have never had. And what many fail to understand about urban communities is that when people have nothing to lose, and they often don't, they're willing to lose everything. And too many times in our communities, the social capital that is available to them is also incarcerates them. And when freedom is nothing more than the social capital that is available to you, then the cycle of incarceration will always continue. So where do we break it? And what role would democracy play? The ramifications of the action that took place legislatively over 25 years, from 1969 to the adoption and implementation of the '94 Crime Bill in Connecticut, have impacted the successive 25 plus years of civic engagement, unrooting our communities completely. I got one line left. Thank you. That's 25 years from 1969 to 1994 and impacting 1995 to present day. What does that mean? It means our communities have never voted. And we have yet as a community to wrestle with engagement, nor the theory of democracy. We've never done it. Last thing I'm saying is that also from the letter of Birmingham, Martin Luther King says, the greatest tragedy of this period of social transition was not the strident clamor of the bad people, but the appalling silence of the good people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cheddar. Questions from the committee? I had one question. I was just wondering, so first of all, this bill, I presume you would say is a step forward, but it's not all the way.
Yeah, so I submitted testimony that speaks directly to the bill. Some points on the bill, I think it doesn't go far enough to ensure that voting happens, but it's a step in the right direction.
And what additional steps would you identify for us to take in this bill?
To no longer be outliers in a negative way. I think that if we look at out of the 50 states in this country, the two extremely homogenous states have never disenfranchised. We are out of step with other first world countries who never disenfranchised, and they don't boast the recidivism rates we boast because of the engagement. So I say full enfranchisement.
I appreciate that. And could you just comment briefly on how you view the reality right now that we have individuals who are in pretrial detention in jail? They're sitting there and they're waiting trial. They haven't gotten a chance to defend themselves. The state has not proven its case against them, that they committed a crime. What does it mean that those people are being deprived of their right to vote right now?
Well, I mean, it's a case of poverty, right? Not being able to afford bail is the only reason why they can't vote. They have the presumption of innocence with them until they're found guilty or enter into a plea of guilt, right? So we're talking about barriers that are there simply because they can't afford to make bond. And we're talking about roughly 4,000 people who the majority live in just 4 cities: Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport, and Waterbury. And these are cities that annually have low voter turnout. The ability to engage at that level can shift how communities engage completely. We've seen it in Illinois. Their county jails are polling at about 40% higher than the public vote. And they've even invested in making sure that they understand governance before they leave. Before they go home, they have to understand governance in this process. So I think it's, especially now, this time in our country, where for many reasons, democracy is it's fading. We need to shore it as much as possible and engage as many people as possible.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that answer, and I appreciate your testimony here today. Are there any further questions from the committee? Sorry, Representative Menapace has a question.
Hi there. Thank you so much for coming in today. I just had a quick question for you about a little bit about the substance. I know you talked about a little bit on here. What do you feel about the current requirement that's in the bill about essentially to use the place of incarceration as their polling place?
I think if it's done right, it's super impactful. If you look at Cook County, Illinois, it's a polling place. And it's the largest county jail in our nation. It's the size of our entire incarcerated population. And it's worked over the last 3 years. It's worked amazingly.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think I misspoke. I more meant I definitely said polling place. I more meant like the facility in the bill. It's supposed to be that the facility is where they'll be addressed. And to me, I think you're absolutely right. I think disenfranchising people is a terrible thing to do. As you say that as a civics teacher and as a person, I don't think anyone deserves to be disenfranchised. If you are a citizen, then you deserve the rights as all other citizens do. I just wonder for this one is that because it sounds like we're having a lot of these benefits in other states from allowing these people to vote. But in this one, it does require, and I think it's a little bit what you said, that this is a step in the right direction, maybe not all the way there, but this would require them to use this facility as their address.
So I think the reason why, I'm for it for this reason. We've worked with Secretary Thomas as an organization, as a community partner, on going into the prisons and into the jails to do registering. And I think the best way would be to have on-demand ballots, right? To have the machines that are able to print ballots. That way they can actually engage in their city. But as someone who's an implant to Hartford, I'm not from Hartford. I live in Hartford. I came home from prison to Hartford and immediately got involved in a city that wasn't mine because I wanted to be involved. And so no matter where it happens at, I think it's just that the engagement is happening.
Thank you. And as through Mr. Chair, just as someone in my district, we have York Penitentiary, which is the largest women's prison. I know that these women are very involved in the community in the sense that they're feeling all right to have them go out there and do work in the community. And thank you so much for bringing up your testimony today.
All right. Thank you, Reverend. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much for Mr. Jetter, for your testimony. I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Derek has clearly colonized my mind. I'm sure it's not the first time, but hopefully the last time for me. Anyway, thank you very much. All right. Next up, we have Jane Montanaro, followed by Manish Maheswari, followed by David Kluski.
Good afternoon. Co-chair Representative Blumenthal, ranking member Representative Mastro Francesco, and members of the Government Administrations and Elections Committee. I'm Jane Montanaro, Executive Director at Preservation Connecticut, and I'm really pleased to be here with you today to testify in support of Senate Bill 1522. For 20 years, the Community Investment Act, also known as the CIA, has provided necessary and reliable funding to all of Connecticut's communities by supporting investment in historic preservation, affordable housing, open space, and farmland. This funding enhances quality of life and supports economic development across Connecticut, fulfilling the vision of its original champion, former state senator, Donald E. Williams, Jr. Preservation Connecticut supports this bill, renaming the Community Investment Act the Donald E. Williams, Jr. Community Investment Act, and increasing the funding by $6. Preservation Connecticut is the statewide nonprofit historic preservation organization established in 1975 as the Connecticut Trust for Historic Preservation and receives direct funding from this account. Leveraging CIA money, Preservation Connecticut has distributed over $9 million in grant funding for planning and capital projects across the state. This is accomplished through our popular and effective field service team, known as Circuit Riders, who in just the past 2 years have conducted 720 site visit consultations, providing technical assistance, community visioning, funding strategies, and other guidance to municipal leaders, historic district commissions, developers, historical societies, museums, nonprofit organizations, universities, and residential property owners all over the state. These historic preservation projects have created at least 1,500 jobs for tradespeople, architects, engineers, and more. Our Circuit Rider team also supports outreach for our statutory partner, the Connecticut State Historic Preservation Office. The agency has granted over $27 million for Historic Restoration Fund bricks and mortar projects and survey and planning pre-development assessments, leveraging $54 million in investment in communities. These grants are supported solely by the Community Investment Act. To date, the Community Investment Act overall has awarded $259 million as reinvestment in Connecticut. The CIA is the most important and reliable source of funding for historic preservation and other sectors in Connecticut and is long overdue for an increase. I urge you to support this bill in honor of Senator Williams. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought you were going to saint him earlier. I'm sure he would appreciate that. Is there any, one question from Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. I just wanted to focus a little bit on this bill about the fees, that there's an increase on the fees. Can you talk to that? Why they should go up? And do you have any data of what the current total is, the fees that they're collecting?
Currently, the fee is $40 that is associated with any land transaction or anything that goes on the land records. And that fee has remained steady since 2005. So there hasn't been any increase in that. And the fees that come into the state are segregated to the 4 agencies who distribute the funds. During COVID, there was certainly an increase in the funding that was coming through the Community Investment Act because there was a very robust real estate environment. And now that that has settled down, the fees coming in through that fund are lower, and coupled with the dramatic increase in costs in doing business and in construction and in everything in living in Connecticut, the fees certainly don't go as far as they once did, and they don't have as the impact in communities that they should have.
Thank you. And did those fees, I don't even know if you would know this answer. Do you know what, in a year's time, what is collected in those fees? How much?
I don't know.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect you to know that answer. Apologize for even asking it. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get some clarification on that. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for being with us here today.
Thank you.
Next up is Manish Maheswari, followed by David Kluski, followed by Stephen Hernandez. Is Manish with us? David Kluski, I do see you on the Zoom. Whenever you're ready, please turn on your video, unmute yourself, and you may begin.
All right. Good afternoon, Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, and other distinguished members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is David Kozlowski, and I'm here on behalf of the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association as their first vice president, as well as the tax collector for the town of Fairfield. So the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association is strongly opposed to Senate Bill 1118. This is an act prohibiting requiring the payment of fees for debit and charge card payments to a state or municipal agency. This bill is currently written, presents a significant and detrimental impact on the municipal tax collection process and ultimately the taxpayers of Connecticut. It's going to force municipalities to make the tough decision between eliminating the convenience of online and in-person debit and credit card payments, or significantly increasing the burden on all taxpayers through a higher mill rate by absorbing the fee. The core issue lies in the handling of transaction fees associated with debit and credit card payments. As you know, third-party electronic payment service providers charge fees for these services, which we are currently allowed to through 12-141A of the Connecticut General Statutes. And these fees are not considered a collectible tax. This system ensures that only those who choose to utilize the convenience of card and electronic payments bear the associated costs, and there is not a profit for the municipality. Now, Senate Bill 1118, however, would effectively remove this option, and municipalities would be left with two unpalatable choices of either eliminating these payments altogether or having to absorb the transaction fees, as I mentioned, which would be a revenue financial burden for municipalities that would force all taxpayers to absorb this burden. And just to illustrate, some of the financial impact, if you take a large city like Stamford, for example, I spoke with Stamford's tax collector. This past year, they had over 41,000 electronic payment transactions that equated to over $667,000 in processing fees. Or if you look at a much smaller town like, say, Mansfield, for example, they still had over 12,000 transactions that resulted in over $66,000 in processing fees. So as you can see in cities large and even small, this substantial cost would be shifted to the entire tax base, or towns would be forced to stop accepting these electronic check or debit and credit card payments, essentially having to shift their office and volume, taking 41,000 transactions that were done electronically and bringing it back into the office by no longer offering this service. So therefore, as an association, the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association, we strongly urge you to vote no against this bill. We believe that maintaining the current system allows for municipalities to pass this fee directly to only the users of these services, and it's the most equitable and efficient approach, especially because this is not, they don't have to do this. This is only an option. They, of course, still have the ability to mail a check, bring a check in person, pay in person with cash, or even pay by electronic check, which is not a percentage fee. It's typically a flat fee, whereas for me in the town of Fairfield, it's a 95-cent flat fee. So I always try to explain to my taxpayers, well, it's essentially the same fee as if you were to pay for the paper check, the postage stamp that goes on the envelope, as well as the envelope. So we always try to encourage people to avoid these fees if they absolutely, are able to and pay with other alternative methods. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions from the committee? I had one quick one, and would it be possible for you to turn on your video just so we can?
Yeah, I tried to do that, and this, for whatever reason, it was not allowing. It says I can. The host has stopped me from. Okay, maybe it's allowing me now.
Okay. Well, it's very good to see you now, as well as hear you. And I guess my question would be the following. I don't think anyone on the committee wants to shift a burden onto the towns or deprive them of revenue. I think there is probably a frustration among a number of constituents and legislators that in order to pay by credit card, which is a pretty standard way to pay for things these days, and maybe the only way for certain people to pay their taxes on time, sometimes there are quite large fees charged by the third-party processors. I understand that certainly that you and the towns would oppose a no fee situation, but do you think that there is some sort of limitation on the fee that would work for you and the towns? And I'm not asking you to say what it would be now.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly just don't think the towns could take on the burden of this. As you know, municipalities are on a fixed budget. I would think that, it's my understanding that when you pay by credit card, say at your local restaurant down the street, there is a fee associated with that. It's just built into the cost of the bill for your dinner. So the issue at hand is with municipal budget, it's a fixed budget where we simply just don't have the means to absorb this fee, and we have no way of targeting who we're going to pass that fee on to. It would really just come down to we no longer offer this service, or I guess the compromise would be we only offer electronic check payments because those are a flat fee, typically anywhere from 50 cents to 95 cents. So, maybe that is something we potentially could absorb, but there's just no scenario where we could absorb these fees. An average real estate bill could be $10,000, $20,000. People would be paying with their credit cards to get their points, and I just don't think it would be fair for towns to take on that burden.
Thank you. I believe we have a question from Senator Honig.
Hi, thanks for coming in and testifying. Question for you, like, I understand, the idea that, whenever, we do credit card transactions, at a store, anywhere, that, a couple of percent are being, taken out of the, whoever, receives the money through that credit card transaction. I'm wondering when municipalities do contract with providers to do this service, is there any sort of incentive for them to try to get like the best fee possible from different providers, or is there any way to kind of reduce the fees while still allowing you to collect the fees?
Yeah, I can say with my own experience with the town of Fairfield, the current vendor that we've been with for approximately 10 years, and they just did impose a slight fee increase. So I went out to bid based on that decision, and I am reducing my fees by a slight percentage, down from 2.99% down to 2.65%, and for credit debit, and then I'm knocking my e-check fee in half. So there always is that option. Typically, when you go with these vendors, you may be under contract for, say, the first 2 or 3 years, and those fees are usually locked in for that amount of time. And then when they do have if they do impose a fee increase, then you always have that option to go out to bid and shop around.
And is the going out to bid only when they impose a fee increase, or is that like a regular process to try to get the best provider?
It doesn't necessarily have to be just because of a fee change. It could be just certain services they provide. A lot of them will offer different services like auto payment, scheduled payment reminders, scheduled payments, different bells and whistles that would add, added conveniences for the taxpayers when they create an account and pay through those methods. But also some may offer better services or more efficient services for accepting payments in the office too by credit or debit. So that could be another reason to change services.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's helpful.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Senator Honig. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Kluski, thank you very much for being with us today and contributing your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Stephen Hernandez, followed by Mehek Bhargava, followed by Tracy McDougall.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Blumenthal, Representative Mastrofrancesco, and other members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. It is truly an honor to be here with you today in this capacity And you're probably wondering why an education advocate now is here to testify on House Bill 6477 and Senate Bill 955, both on language access. What's striking about these two bills and these proposals as seen together is that what they represent is a short, middle, and long-term strategy for language access in the state of Connecticut. Now, if we think about what even the top 10 languages that are spoken in the state are, we have Spanish at the lead, Portuguese, Polish, Italian, French, Haitian, Hindi, and Arabic in that order. And what's really amazing about the state of Connecticut is that it doesn't stop there. In some of our communities, including my own community of Manchester, Connecticut, more than 30 Asian languages alone are spoken in my community. Danbury has so many more. And then, of course, we have established communities within the state of Connecticut where people transact, speak in Polish and in Portuguese and in Spanish. These are vital components and participants in our economy here in the state. And what a language access strategy would do is that it would ensure that every single resident and citizen of this state would have access to not just services, but also opportunities to build businesses, to build wealth, to produce in the state and to be part of the economy. That is something that when my ancestors came here, both from Italy and Mexico, we left to the next generation. We should really think that it is in this generation that new arrivals and new participants in our democracy want to actually participate not only in the services of the state, but also in the opportunities that the state may provide, business licenses and other benefits of the like. So with that, we'd love to thank the introducers of these joint strategies. Again, both bills together represent a short, middle, and long-term strategy that I would love to really explain further if you would like. But leave it to say we are one of several states now that are not only considering this, but other states have actually done this. And we have really good examples of other states that have strong language access strategies that don't create further bureaucracy, but that have a plan for communicating with its people and for bringing the most opportunity for the people of the state, but also for the economy of the state. Thank you, and I would welcome any questions.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for being here and for contributing your testimony.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next up is Mehek Bhargava, followed by Tracy McDougall, followed by Luke Lamore. Is Mehek with us? Do not see Mehek on the Zoom, so we'll go to Tracy McDougall.
Hi there. This is Tracy McDougall. I'm with the Connecticut Farm Bureau and share a few thoughts with you today on Senate Bill 1522, which we know is the Community Investment Account. We are fully in support of this bill, which would increase the recording fees related to real estate in the state that are collected from $40 to $46. It's been a wonderful funding source for many important organizations in the state. And not surprisingly, I'm here to speak in favor of the funding that's directed to farmland preservation and the Dairy Support Fund. So it's been a really critical source of revenue for farming in the state, and has really benefited our farmland preservation as well as our dairy farmers in the state, who have a higher cost of production in Connecticut because of high energy costs, smaller scale farms, and a colder climate, which necessitates more buildings and structures. And you probably are aware that dairy is an important backbone of our agricultural economy here in Connecticut. And we love our dairy farmers, but it also creates an economic infrastructure that helps other farms as well. And this bill also supports farmland preservation. ag viability grants, FarmLink, and a lot of other important agricultural programs as well. So we hope you'll support it. And I did want to mention one of your committee members asked the total amount of money that's been dispersed, and I happen to have a figure from 2021. So that was probably during the height of COVID. So it's probably a little higher than prior years, but that was 27 million total that went to the different funding groups that are identified as part of this. So I think that's it. And I think I'm under my 3 minutes there.
You are very well done. We appreciate it. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us today and contributing your testimony on this bill.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Next up is Luke Lamore, followed by Marisabel Huarca, followed by Curtis Anderson.
Thank you very much. So, hello, my name is Lamore. I will be representing Kids Court Academy and my school of Amity Regional High School. And with that, I'd like to begin. Honorable Senators of the Government Administration and Elections Committee, if we ought to protect the rights of citizens on a national scale, recognizing the importance of upholding those rights on the scale of the states is essential. The question that we are fundamentally faced with today is whether or not it is worthwhile to continue that pursuit regarding the rights of Americans who persevere with disabilities, and to expand upon the rights of the Americans with Disabilities Act further in our great state of Connecticut. And on that question, I am proudly in support of Senate Bill 1514. Now, the impact of passing this bill, in my eyes, is twofold. On the matter of increasing our reputation as a state of democracy and inclusion, and on the other, of increasing voter efficiency and administration. On this matter of how it expands our reputation as a state of democracy and inclusion, there is many tangible benefits to voting as there are symbolic implications. On the basis of what this bill represents, it represents a further enforcement of the long-fought battle in order to ensure that the Americans with disabilities can secure their rights. And ultimately, it's a foundation that we have fought for. In fact, the original ADA legislation introduced in 1988 was facilitated by Connecticut Senator Lowell Weicker. And ultimately, that would set the framework for the groundwork that we see today that's gradually improving our society. So I see that continuing our legacy as a state that continues to promote voting accessibility is simply what we are ingrained to do to expand our identity. And on this matter of increasing voter efficiency, we ultimately oversee that according to the United States Election Systems Commission and Rutgers University, 14% of voters with disabilities report difficulties while casting their ballots. This is ultimately a relevant issue because the issues of accessibility and time, those are issues that subtly help to harm our voter turnout. And ultimately, by implementing laws that help to make voting much more convenient and help to institute more regulations for curbside voting, all of those regulations, including SB 1514, that helps to carry out legislation that serves as a framework for future accommodations. And with that, I am ready to stand for any questions. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, I just have one for you, which is, well, first a statement I'll give, which is that testimony was excellent and very well delivered. And a credit to you and Kids Court Academy. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit about your experience with the Academy and how it's impacted you and how you view our democracy and your participation in it.
Yeah, thank you. So as far as my history with the Kids Academy, I started in 2023, and we are particularly focused on this idea of public accommodations and how that impact stretches throughout our societies on a local, state, and national level. And I think that idea is fundamentally what has helped me to increase the faith in our democracy, that we have the capacity to introduce bills, to support bills, and in public hearings such as these that you and this entire committee has facilitated, we have the capacity in order to relay our opinions on what are the issues with public accommodations, what are the injustices, why do they exist, and how can we stifle those injustices in order to improve our society and preserve our democracy. And with that, I believe that I highly appreciate this opportunity. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for that answer. You may have mentioned it in your initial testimony, and I apologize if this question is impertinent, but how old are you, sir?
I am 15 years old. I'm currently a sophomore at Amity Regional High School.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. It was very persuasively given, and a great credit to you. And maybe we'll see you here someday. Just don't run, I just don't run against me or my colleagues here. That's just it's your right, but just a polite request.
Yeah, I hope to see you in the future.
Thank you very much. All right, next up, we will have Marisabel Warca, followed by Curtis Anderson, followed by Representative Zawistowski.
Ya, buenas tardes a todos. Buenas tardes, senador Flexer y representantes Blumenthal, senador Honin, representantes Maureen Bello y Osborne y otros distinguidos miembros del Comité de Administración Gubernamental y Elecciones. Pues quien le escribe o quien les habla en este caso es la profesora Marisabel Huarca. Soy un padre defensor de Comcan y estoy aquí para apoyar el proyecto de ley 955 del Senado y el proyecto de ley 6477 de la Cámara de Representantes. Pues tengo más de 10 años de experiencia en aulas trabajando directamente con los niños y padres de familia en mi país de origen. Pero en estos últimos años radico en la ciudad de Groton, Connecticut, en donde me desempeño como profesora. Yo, como inmigrante peruana, he vivido en carne propia las dificultades de no dominar el inglés en un país donde todo parece girar en torno solamente a este idioma. Como profesora en mi país trabajé durante años enseñando a jóvenes el poder de la palabra escrita, la riqueza de nuestra cultura y la importancia de conocer nuestra historia a través de los libros. Sin embargo, cuando decidí emigrar a Estados Unidos con la esperanza de conseguir un empleo, pues desempeñarme como profesora, que es lo que me apasiona, me encontré con un muro bastante grande, ya que no esperaba, pues que en este caso era el idioma. Los primeros años en este país para mí, pues fueron muy difíciles. En Perú nunca sentí la necesidad, pues así tan urgente de aprender el inglés. Pero aquí en cada entrevista de trabajo, en cada trámite, en cada conversación con desconocidos, me di cuenta de que mi conocimiento de inglés no era suficiente, a pesar que había tomado clases y había estudiado. Bueno, buscaba empleos en las escuelas, pero no lograba avanzar en las entrevistas porque me costaba entender algunas preguntas o peor aún expresar mis ideas con más claridad. Me decían que necesitaba mucha más experiencia en el sistema educativo estadounidense, pero ¿cómo iba a obtener esa experiencia si nadie me daba una oportunidad? Pues trabajé en restaurante, en tiendas, mientras intentaba mejorar mi inglés por mi cuenta. Había días en los que sentía que nunca podría ejercer mi profesión aquí, y bueno, eso fue bastante frustrante. Pero a pesar de las dificultades, no me rendí. Con el tiempo fui aprendiendo, primero con libros, después viendo películas y practicando con personas que me hablaban despacio. Luego tomé clases en una comunidad de inmigrantes que ofrecían cursos de inglés, y poco a poco mi confianza creció y después de varios intentos finalmente conseguí un puesto como profesora de español en una escuela primaria en la cual actualmente vengo ejerciendo mi profesión. Fue un momento de felicidad inmensa, pero también de reflexión. Yo había logrado adaptarme, pero no todos los inmigrantes tienen el mismo apoyo o las mismas oportunidades. En mi escuela enseño español a estudiantes que en su mayoría hablan inglés como lengua materna. Sin embargo, pronto noté otro problema. Muchos padres de mis estudiantes no hablaban inglés y por esa razón no participan en las reuniones escolares. Al principio me preguntaba por qué la asistencia de padres latinos era tan baja. Pensé que quizás no tenían tiempo, que tal vez no les interesaba demasiado, pero después de conversar con algunas familias, comprendí am, la verdadera razón por la cual ellos no participaban, ¿no? Comprendí que no asistían porque no entendían. Para ellos, sentarse en una reunión donde todos...
Perdón, señora.
¿Sí?
Lo siento. Sus 3 minutos ha pasado. Si podría resumir el resto de su testimonio?
Sí, bueno, un minuto. Bueno, esta experiencia me ha enseñado que el idioma es más que una herramienta de comunicación, es un derecho. Nadie debería sentirse excluido de la educación de sus hijos solo porque no habla inglés. La falta de acceso a la información es un idioma pues que los priva de la posibilidad de ser parte de la comunidad escolar. Por eso, les urjo a que aprueben estos proyectos de ley que harán que nuestra comunidad se sientan escuchadas y valoradas. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias por su testimonio. ¿Hay alguna pregunta por el comité? Entonces, muchas gracias por estar con nosotros hoy y gracias por su testimonio.
Muchas gracias a ustedes también. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Next up, we have Curtis Anderson, followed by Tammy Zawistowski, followed by Geraldo Reyes.
Hello, members of the GA&E committee. My name is Anderson Curtis. I'm the senior policy organizer at the ACLU of Connecticut, and I'm testifying in support of House Bill 7229. 60 years ago, on March 7th, people marched to demand their voting rights and fully participate in our democracy. That was our past. The ACLU of Connecticut, the Legal Defense Fund, and the NAACP Connecticut State Conference are advocating to protect the promise of Selma. In 2023, Connecticut passed the Connecticut Voting Rights Act, one of the most comprehensive in the country. Connecticut also created an early voting system, even though it was one of the last states to do so. In 2024, Connecticut passed a no-excuse absentee voting ballot referendum. House Bill 7229 will protect the promise for people incarcerated before trial or incarcerated for misdemeanors who are eligible to vote. Roughly 1 in 3 incarcerated people are eligible to vote, but due to administrative complexities and procedures, information gaps, their right to vote is shackled, and their voting accessibility is suppressed. Those voters eligible cannot complete their voter registration or return their ballots in time for Election Day. HB 7229 provides an effective and workable procedure to make sure that people who are incarcerated are eligible to vote can apply to vote by absentee ballot. I recommend that GA committee adopt the recommendations because this year I was able to participate in a voter registration drive at McDougall Walker Correctional Facility under the auspices of the Secretary of State. The people I assisted in completing a voter registration form inspired me. Yet those people are still confused, as with most people in the state, about their voting rights. This is our present. More than half the people incarcerated in Connecticut are parents. Ensuring voting accessibility to parents who are incarcerated allows them to have input in decisions that will shape the lives of their children. To fight for our future, I demand the members of the GA committee to support an amended version of HB 7229 to help more people participate in our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate you being with us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up is Representative Zawistowski, followed by Representative Reyes, followed by David Pettigrew.
Thank you. I appreciate the committee's accommodation as well. I'm Tammy Zawistowski, State Representative, and I'm here in support of Senate Bill 1519, specifically the section to name Neurofibromatosis Awareness Day. I have submitted written testimony in support of that section as well as the Tuskegee Airmen section. What I would like to do is yield my time to somebody who knows a lot more about neurofibromatosis than I do. She's a constituent. She is also hearing impaired, so I would appreciate if anybody asks questions that you speak fairly loudly and clearly. We do have the closed captioning is very helpful, but it's about that big. She does have an app on her phone. So thank you. And I'd like to hand this over to Andy Ray from Suffield. Introduce yourself first.
Thank you, Representative. And ma'am, if you could just introduce yourself when you begin your testimony.
My name is Amy Ray, and I have neurofibromatosis type 2, a disorder that causes tumors to grow inside the nerves, taking hearing, eyesight, balance, causing physical deformities, pain, can lead to cancer, and even death. NF is a progressive disorder with no cure. Most people have not heard of this illness, but I'm here today hoping that we can change that. NF is a genetic disorder that happens at the moment of conception, though I was not diagnosed until age 29 after I'd already undergone several surgeries, including brain surgery. At the time, there was little known about this illness. My NF2 happened spontaneously by way of gene mutation. There was no reason for doctors to suspect that I had this illness. When I was first diagnosed, I was told by experts in Boston that there would be no cure in my lifetime. I've endured 4 brain surgeries, 5 spinal surgeries, and more surgeries on other parts of my body than I can count. I've lost my hearing completely. I struggle with extreme balance difficulties, and I suffer pain every moment of my life, including right now as I sit here before you. I'm currently taking a newly approved chemotherapy, and next month I need to have a massive dose of radiation to try to stop a brain tumor that's growing. It sounds like a very dismal list, but I choose every day to try to focus on hope, advocate for awareness, raise funds to someday find a cure for myself and all others living with NF. I have a very small team out of Suffield that participates annually in Cupid's Undie Run in Boston, where we run through Fenway in our underwear. It's cold and intimidating, but we do so to represent that having NF is uncomfortable too. In the past 9 years, my team has raised more than $120,000. Cupid's Undie Run is a nationwide fundraising event that provides funds to Children's Tumor Foundation, a leading nonprofit research organization that's devoted to finding a cure. Without this organization, I would not be taking the chemo that's now available to me. And without this organization, there's no hope for my future. But naming February 14th Neurofibromatosis Awareness Day in Connecticut will bring recognition to the devastating illness and motivate us to keep working hard. Cupid's Undie Run is held annually near Valentine's Day, a day of love. So I'm asking you to please consider finding in your hearts to vote yes. It won't cost taxpayers a dime to give this day meaning. For those fighting NF, please name February 14th Neurofibromatosis Awareness Day in Connecticut, and that all of us with NF feel seen and feel heard. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us here today and contributing your very valuable testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, Representative Reyes, followed by David Pettigrew, followed by Kushi Bhargava.
Distinguished chairs of the GAE, Senator May Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, and associates. I'll be brief in my remarks. I like to leave subject matter experts to talk rather than me on the historic recognition of the Taino Indians from the indigenous population. What I will leave you with that I am in strong support of HR number 10, which is recognition of the Taino population here in the state of Connecticut, number 1. And I have 18% indigenous in my DNA. And what I'd like to say about that is that we are a very diverse nation and a very diverse state. But sometimes what we are not is completely inclusive and certainly not equitable. And this is something just as simple as recognition. And I will defer the rest of my time to a subject matter expert on the Taino heritage. And I am Geraldo Reyes from the 75th District of Waterbury, Connecticut. Mr. Rafael, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Rafael Feliciano Román. I'm the executive director and founder of the Afro-Caribbean Cultural Center and the Connecticut Taino Learning Community. I'm here in support of HR 10 as well. The Taino resurgence movement in Connecticut is strong. I want to begin by recognizing that on these lands we're on Saguset, Tunxis, and Waugatuck peoples here of Connecticut, the indigenous tribes. I also want to begin by thanking the Mashantuck and Pequot Tribal Nation for supporting our work with a $25,000 donation this year to help us forward Taino learning movements. Senators and representatives, thank you. In the state of Connecticut, there are close to 500,000 individuals plus who identify from the Caribbean. That is Puerto Rico, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Haiti, Jamaica, who are all of Caribbean descent who have strong Taino blood. I happen to be a little bit higher than my colleague here to the right, 33% Taino from Cuba and Puerto Rico. I'm proud of that. For the last 3 years in the city of Waterbury, the Taino Indigenous community has held Taino Remembrance Day on the second Monday of October. We have had over 45 plus families join our monthly Taino learning community and are working with the Caney Indigenous Spiritual Circle under the guidance of Bijeque Miguel Sagare Jr. And in Connecticut in 2026, as part of the 250th anniversary of this country, we are celebrating the Year of the Tainos here in Connecticut. We're working with Yale Peabody Museum and the Mattatuck Museum to bring a National Smithsonian Museum exhibit called Taino Vive to the state of Connecticut. This exhibit started 2 years ago, was on a nationwide tour, and it'll be closing right here in the state of Connecticut from July to October in the city of Waterbury. And we're planning the first ever Northeast Taino Conference, bringing together scholars, experts, and leaders in the movement here in the state of Connecticut. I strongly urge you to please pass House Resolution 10 with powerful affirmations and contributions enduring the presence of Taino people in Connecticut. It would be rightful to recognize our culture and our history and all the contributions we have while supporting our ongoing efforts to educate, celebrate, and preserve our heritage. We urge you to stand in solidarity with the Taino communities of Connecticut and our work, and we also thank the Golden Pegusa tribe of Greater Waterbury. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. You have a question from Representative Rosario.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
I just want to, first and foremost, I want to thank you for the work, Rafael, that you've done in this space, and Geraldo in this space as well. I think this is a great opportunity to highlight our nuestra cultura. Oftentimes, us as Puerto Ricans and folks from the Caribbean islands, as you mentioned, we celebrate our culture, but a lot of it's the Spaniard culture or many other cultures, but we forget about our Taino roots, and we have our own culture, our own identity, our own language, and I just thought this is a great opportunity to really highlight that. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us and for contributing your testimony.
Thank you, Representative.
Next up is David Pettigrew, followed by Kushi Bhargava, followed by Ram Avari. Mr. Pettigrew, I see you on the Zoom. Whenever you're ready, please unmute and you may begin.
Thank you. Senator Flexner, Representative Blumenthal, Representative Mastro Francesco, distinguished members of the committee. I'm David Pettigrew, Connecticut State University professor and chair of the philosophy department at Southern Connecticut State University. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Raised Bill 1519, designating October 15th as Variant Friday, a bill that I proposed to Representative Blumenthal and Senator Martin Looney this year, and I was grateful for their encouragement. I've been teaching at SCSU since 1987, where I created a course on Holocaust and genocide studies. In my course, students learn about the heroic efforts of Varian Fry in Marseille to rescue predominantly Jewish refugees who were fleeing the Nazis. Subsequent to Public Act 1824, I've been volunteering with the Connecticut Voices of Hope Hero Program to offer workshops about Fry for teachers across Connecticut. While on assignment in Europe in 1935, Fry witnessed a pogrom, a violent attack on the Jews in the streets of Berlin. He wanted to do something to help, so he accepted an assignment from the newly formed Emergency Rescue in 1940, an operation that would rescue Jewish and other refugees from internment in concentration camps and from eventual deportation to death camps. The Emergency Rescue Committee managed to obtain a limited number of emergency visas for refugees to enter the United States, but the refugees had no legal way to leave France, where they risked prosecution, arrest, and internment. So Fry's team secured forged identity cards, organized escape routes over the Pyrenees, and provided other forms of support. Now, Fry left the U.S. on his assignment in August 1940 with a list of 200 names, but managed in the face of daunting challenges to assist more than 1,500 refugees in escaping France and reaching the United States. In late August 1941, because of his activities, Fry was arrested by the Vichy police and expelled from France. Now, when he returned to the U.S., he continued to advocate for refugees trapped in Europe, and then over the course of the last decades of his life, he lived in Connecticut and taught at Joel Barlow High School. Fry died in relative anonymity in 1967, haunted by the faces of those he could not save. His heroic efforts led in 1996 to his posthumous recognition by Yad Vashem, the World Holocaust Remembrance Center, as righteous among the nations, the first American to be so named. So if approved, this recognition will raise awareness about Fry's righteous deeds and encourage educators to include information about Fry in their classes. Thank you for your consideration of this bill, which, if approved, would finally honor Varian Fry's memory in Connecticut.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony, and I would certainly agree with you that Varian Fry is a hero who should be recognized in this state.
I wanted to add, but I was confused by the video, that I think his story tells us about the dangers of anti-Semitism, and it's a critical awareness for our students in our own time that we need to address the rise of anti-Semitism in our communities and schools. And my students are also inspired by his moral courage. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Professor. Next up, we have Kushi Bhargava, followed by Ram Avari, followed by Prem Srikumar.
Good afternoon, Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Kushi Bhargava, and I'm 12 years old. I'm in 7th grade and go to Avon Middle School. This is my first year doing Kids Core Academy. A bill allowing disabled people to vote curbside is important for equal access to voting. Many disabled individuals face barriers that make it hard to enter polling places, and curbside voting provides an easy solution. Disabled people deserve the right to participate in elections and have their voice heard. They are just as capable of making informed decisions and contributing to our society. This bill ensures that everyone that is eligible can participate in democracy while holding their rights and promoting to inclusion. Passing it would show that we value disabled people as equals and respect their role in shaping our future. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I will just echo our previous comments by just saying that Kids Court Academy is representing itself very well today. And all of your testimonies have been really excellent. And we thank you for the work you're doing today and the work you're doing every day to improve yourselves and your communities.
Thank you.
Next up is Ram Avari, followed by Prem Srikumar, followed by Gwendolyn Samuel. Mr. Avari, I see you on the Zoom. If you could unmute and begin whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable members of the committee and distinguished guests. Thank you, first of all, thank you for providing me this opportunity to speak today in support of Bill SB 1519 to declare Diwali as a ceremonial state holiday. But what does Diwali mean? Diwali means a series of lights, a row of lights, and it's framed from two words, Diya and Avali, which means that Diya is an oil lamp and Avali means a series, basically. So that's why we call it Festival of Light. It holds great significance for millions of people, not only in our community, but across the world. I'd like to share that what it means to us, right? We celebrate Diwali by lighting oil lamps as it symbolizes removal of negative energy and welcoming prosperity. It signifies a fresh start and the opportunity for personal growth. Lighting lamps symbolizes triumph of light over darkness. That's why no better time than challenging times today. Recognize this Diwali and spread a message of inclusivity and togetherness. As my friend alluded, Diwali is a festival that transcends religious boundaries, promoting unity, joy, and celebration of positive values. The festival emphasizes family and community gatherings. In our diverse and vibrant culture, Diwali serves as a reminder that we all have shared responsibility to promote peace, kindness, and understanding. The lights of Diwali remind us, even in the darkest of times, there is always hope. This message is especially true in today's world, where we must continuously strive to build bridges across cultures and work towards a more harmonious future. Connecticut can set a precedence in recognizing Diwali and celebrate not only the diversity of our traditions, but also strength that diversity brings to our collective progress. I respectfully urge all the members of the committee to support this important initiative. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again and have a great weekend.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Next up is Prem Shri Kumar, followed by Gwendolyn Samuel, followed by Radhakrishnan Palani. Is Prem Shri Kumar with us?
Yeah, have important meetings.
Okay, can Prem give their testimony now or no?
I'll speak. He's not online,
Okay.
so I think we'll just have to go to the next.
Okay, that's fine. He can, if he's available later, he can go to the end. No worries. Next is Gwendolyn Samuel, followed by Radhakrishnan Palani, followed by Evilise Correa Brown.
Good afternoon to all the GAE members. My name is Gwen Samuel, and first and foremost, I am a mom and grandmama, taxpayer, and voter, and I am here to support Senate Bill 15, I think it's 1518, concerning supporting the recommendations of the disparity study. A fun fact about me, I also have a construction company, but because I live in Meriden and Middletown, we felt that we didn't get the same supports like the Harfords, New Havens, Bridgeport, the larger urban districts. This report highlights the disparities and the unequal access to opportunities for your Black and Latino communities, more specifically, the Black community, because from the periods of 2017 to 2021, out of $544 million, $544 million, 91 million allocated for set-asides, Black Americans only received 0.57%. And that is not only unjust, but we pay much more of that in lawsuits. We are currently dealing with school construction activities that are now in our courts. And so that takes away from everyone else having fair access to opportunities. So I am asking you to please look at the recommendations. You finally invested fairly into this report. I was a part of the initial studies in 2016. That was a waste of money because we didn't get the type of recommendations that would ensure fair access to all contractors within the state of Connecticut, not just the quid pro quo and the select few and those who are friends of a friends. I will say lastly that we are dealing with unstable economic times, so it's in the state of Connecticut's interest to help shore up your minority contractors because they hire in the very communities that we do not hire in as the state. So it's a fiscally sound decision to ensure fair access to contracting opportunities. And I will say this lastly, I ran for state senate on a different note. And as a newcomer, not being a follower, there were just too much inconsistent information. I ran in the 5th district. Depends on where I went. They said that I wasn't, this wasn't my district in Middletown. It was crazy. The information, the misinformation is not fair to underdog everyday citizens who want to throw their hat in the ring. So I wasn't sure about all the bills, but what I will say is, please ensure that, you may have your working poor running for office. So I say that to say we don't have the dollars like many other people may have. So ensure that the processes is fair so that we can run a fair and just race. And I just felt that there was too much misinformation given, and I had to ride that out. And if I consider or encourage other people to run, we need to make sure that the rules are fair, regardless of political affiliation. And lastly, for those with disabilities, everyone, if they meet the criteria, should be able to vote. Our job is to help them make informed decisions, not ideologies, not forcing people to choose a party, but help people understand the importance of civic education. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is Radhakrishnan Palani, followed by Evilise Correa Brown, followed by Samuel Gold. Is Radhakrishnan with us? And I apologize if I'm mispronouncing their name. No? Evilise Correa Brown, are you with us? I do not see you on the Zoom. Next up is Samuel Gold. And then you'll be followed. I'm sorry, I'm just going to call out the next couple people. Ramchandra Shrestha, followed by Sarah Tisdale. So I'm sorry, Mr. Gold, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Yeah, thank you. I just pulled over so I can testify. I'm sorry about testifying from the car. Good afternoon. Co-Chair Blumenthal, Co-Chair Flexer, ranking members and honorable members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. I have submitted testimony on 5 bills in writing, so I'll just briefly cover each of them. The first one is Senate Bill 1118, an act prohibiting requiring payments for fees for debit or charge cards. Just speaking for myself, if I had the option to pay by a credit card without fees, I would, instead of paying by check or electronic check, I would pay by credit card, get 2% cash back or 10,000 airline miles, and then use the cash in my bank account to pay off that credit card bill. And the city of New Haven would have to make up that 3% in merchant fees. I think there could be better ways of doing credit card merchant fees. Maybe Department of Revenue Services could negotiate an umbrella contract on the behalf of everyone, all the municipal agencies and state agencies in the state, and use that bulk of transactions to get a lower fee. But to subsidize reward points or cash back for those with credit, it seems awfully unfair for those who may not have access to the same credit, but would have to pay for those reward points. So we oppose that bill. Second is Senate Joint Resolution number 14. This would extend legislator terms from 2 years to 4 years. In consulting with my chief elected officials, Their input was that there should be a larger look at the General Assembly, and potentially as part of this consider creating a full-time year-round legislature, which would pay full-time salaries that will allow more people to run for office because not everyone can afford the pay that a legislator makes. Consider replacing our bicameral General Assembly with a unicameral legislature, since we do joint committees and there's so many similarities between the House and Senate in Connecticut. And a few others was consider staggering the 4-year terms and potentially having legislators elected in the first year of the biennium budgets, so they have 1 year under their belt when they work on their first budgets. And then the last one is regarded to Senate Bill 1515, Senate Bill 1516, and House Bill 7228, and in specifically in regard to the Regional Election Advisor program that RiverCog hosts a regional election advisor. That position and the assistance that the regional election advisor provides our municipalities is not mentioned at all in these important elections bills. We would like there to be some role for the regional election advisors in implementing changes to absentee ballots, or implementing curbside voting, or acknowledging the training of the municipal registrars by the regional election advisors. And then in closing, I just wanted to give the committee an update on Public Act 23-205, which provided funding for the regional election advisors. This Public Act provided $25,000 per COG for this position. Unfortunately, in the last 2 years since this Public Act was passed, the Secretary of State has been unable to execute an MOU with the COGs, so we have not gotten the funding for the position. Nevertheless, we continue to fund it out of other funds because it's a useful position and incredibly helpful while we deal with a generational turnover in municipal election staff, and also all the new changes with early voting and also the challenges of COVID. So we would like yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but your 3 minutes have elapsed. If you just close out your testimony, we'll see if we have any questions.
Yeah, just in closing, if the provisions of that Public Act could be revisited, because obviously this OPM has the money for these positions, statute provides for it. Unfortunately, the Secretary of State has not been able to execute any MOUs with us to be able to fund us. So that closes it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'll just thank you for your testimony. I kind of like your suggestion for DAS negotiating a better rate. I think nobody wants the towns to be absorbing the cost of people's points. But I think also some of these fees have gotten out of control, and it seems like they could be bid down a bit. Sorry, one question. The missing part of the bill you referenced dealing with the RiverCog elections advisor, did you submit written testimony on that?
Yes, I did. Yeah, that is, I submitted testimony for, it's a one letter for SB 1515, 1516, and House Bill 7228. So I do go into our experiences with the Regional Election Advisor Program and how at least mentioning it in those bills would be helpful for all those concepts, and also our difficulty in getting the funding for the position.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no questions from the committee, we thank you for your time and your testimony. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Next up is Ramchandra Shrestha, followed by Sarah Tisdale, followed by James Murray.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Representative Blumenthal, and our other distinguished representatives. My name is Ramchandra Shrestha, and I live in Brantford, and I'm a member of Board of Education there too. I am so honored to be here, and it is my and then I would like to thank you all to give me an opportunity to support, to testify, and to requesting you to recognize Diwali as a ceremonial state holiday. My previous colleagues have already spoken a lot, so I will be very brief. Diwali, which most of the people know as the Festival of Light, is a major Hindu religious festival. It is one of the biggest and most anticipated festival in Nepal, India, South Asia, and celebrated throughout the world by people of all religion, despite being a Hindu festival. The festival actually falls on sometime, on October or November of the Gregorian calendar. And this is a 5-day long celebration. Currently, it is, I don't have real count in front of me, but 80,000 to 100,000 people living in Connecticut, they are celebrating this great festival. So to continue cherishing our heritage and celebrating our roots, our communities in Connecticut and the entire nation have been celebrating many festivals, including Diwali, for as long as we can remember. This is an important part of our identity, and we think it is of utmost importance to continue doing so, to educate our younger generations, specifically those born in the United States, about our heritage and roots. So I earnestly request to this honorable committee to recognize Diwali as a ceremonial state holiday so that our community can celebrate this festival with our family, pass our heritage to our children, and share our culture with all Connecticut residents. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you very much, sir. Questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Sarah Tisdale, followed by James Murray, followed by Senator Lesser. Sarah Tisdale with us. I do not see her. Next up is Senator Matt Lesser. Senator Lesser, are you with us? Next up, we have Randy Collins, followed by Siva Ganesh Raman, followed by Colin Dawkins. Oh, James Murray, there you are. James Murray will go next. I just saw you on my screen. If you could show your video, unmute, and begin whenever you're ready. And then after Mr. Murray, we have, if he arrives, Senator Lesser, then Randy Collins, then Siva Ganesh Raman. All right, James, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Firstly, thank you for the opportunity, and I apologize for my appearance here, but I wanted to take the opportunity to testify in favor of Senate Bill 1518, implementing the disparity study recommendations with an important, and I feel especially in light of the testimony that I had the opportunity to read while waiting for this, in light of the opposition that there appears to be. While waiting for the chance to testify today, I read through the testimony submitted by DAS, OPM, and CCIA, the Connecticut Contractor Industry Association, I believe. And these written testimonies get to the heart of the matter and what the issue with this bill is as it stands, which, while it does accomplish something, which is implementing necessary reforms to this program, and how the state operates in contracting, the bill does not go far enough. It does not affirmatively act to remedy the issues that were identified in this study, the issues that plague the state, its municipality, its agents, in the contracting that they undertake. And what the bill lacks in ambition is embodied in the testimony from DAS, from OPM, and from the Construction Industry Association. These actors, who are presumably the leading edge of the state's efforts to contract and diversify its purchasing and to be representative of our values as a society in how we spend our dollars. They raise issues with the bill. They point out why it would take effort, why it would take time, why it would take attention to implement these remedies for the disparity that's been identified. But nowhere are there proposals, are there solutions offered by DAS or OPM. Instead, they raise the problems that there are, that it will take them actually affirmatively taking steps to remedy that disparity that exists. And to my mind, that is precisely the issue that exists and the reason why these disparities exist in the first place, because there's a lack of affirmative and proactive steps taken by the state, by its agencies, by its agents to remedy these disparities, these latent and aggressive, pernicious issues that functionally create a segregated society in the purchase of the state's goods and its construction dollars and its services. The fact that this bill does not institute any goals or any affirmative action on the state in subcontracting for professional services or for goods or for any of the many billions of dollars that the state spends outside of construction is, to my mind, shameful. And it's shameful that the state's leading agencies in DAS and OPM do not put forward any solutions.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time has elapsed. If you could please briefly summarize the remainder of your testimony.
In 2 sentences, I will say that there are many solutions available. There are many stakeholders who would love to be a part of the process. And I hope that you, as a legislature, take it upon yourself to force actors who are unwilling to work on this and to give it attention to do so proactively moving forward.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony and hope you have a great weekend. Next up is Senator Lesser. Let me make sure you're not on Zoom. Not here. Followed by Randy Collins. Are you with us? No. Sivaganesh Raman. And then Sivaganesh will be followed by Colin Dawkins and Jameem Davis.
Good afternoon, honorable members and committee and guests. My name is Ezekiel Raman, and I here, right? You hear me now? Okay, sorry. Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee and guests. My name is Ezekiel Raman, and I represent the American Hindu RCO. I'm here to voice my wholehearted support for designating Diwali as a ceremonial state holiday. I'm honored to provide the testimony in recognition of Diwali, the festival of lights, a celebration that holds deep cultural and spiritual meaning for millions around the globe, as well as for an increasingly vibrant community here in the United States. Declaring Diwali is a ceremonial holiday not only acknowledges its significance, but also reinforces our commitment to embracing cultural diversity. By recognizing Diwali as a ceremonial holiday, we send powerful message of respect and inclusion. The designation would enable students and employees to participate fully in their religious and cultural practices without sacrificing their educational and professional obligations. With several states and local governments already acknowledging Diwali, it is now time for broader recognition at the state level. I respectfully urge the committee to support this initiative and help ensure that Diwali receives the honor and recognition it truly deserves. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony and have a great weekend. Next up is Colin Dawkins, followed by Jameem Davis, followed by Janice Berry. Is Colin Dawkins with us? Good afternoon, sir. If you just hit the button to make sure that the microphone is on. Very good. And whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you to the GAE committee. My name is Colin Dawkins. I appreciate you guys having the time to listen me out for a second. I'm here about Bill 1518. In my eyes, and everybody who wrote up stuff about this, I think should all ignore it. Everything that they sent to you guys. I'm a member of the Greater African American Alliance in Hartford, Connecticut, which I'm the first chair of the construction committee. I used to be, for over 12 years, the chair of the Minority Contractor Council in the city of Hartford, which represent the whole state of Connecticut. I used to work with CHRO to make sure the laws and policy are passed. I've been in this building for a lot of time testifying over the years, but I actually stopped testifying because of the fact that the state had told us that they can't do nothing for Black and brown contractors until they do a disparity study. The disparity study came out and it says a lot of things, but CHRO recommendation has none of those things. Basically, like separating white women-owned business from Black and brown contractors. The reason why I'm saying that is not that I have anything about white women-owned business. Please get that straight. My issue is that, and everybody's issue is that the white males are taking all the business, their business that they're supposed to have in their name and putting his wife's name. The larger contractors that gets that 75% and also that 25% is supposed to sub out 6.5% to minority contractors. If you ask the state today, what is the definition of a small business, is $20 million, which 85% of all contractors, Black, brown, white, in the state of Connecticut is considered a small business. So you put us in a pool that we all have to fight out of. The word, right now, the word minority, it doesn't really identify the struggle of a Black man or what is going on. It's just, we're all lumped into something that is not great. My idea and my vision of what needs to happen in the state of Connecticut, we need to oversee and actually revamp DAS rules and policies, CHRO rules and policies. DAS need to actually go back to $5 million for small business, because there's no way that there's no minority company right now that's Black and brown as subcontract that actually even doing $5 million of work, which this program was put together to help out firms like ourselves or minor Black and brown contractors. This is set. And that's why the guy said to you, or somebody said to you, 25% of 25%. Like, where does it, what is 25% of 25%? I think there needs to be a section in there where 20% of the total contract need to be set aside for Black and brown contractors in order to make something happen. Last year, the state, October, the state has raised the threshold from $500,000 to $1 million without, supposed to be without no bid bond. Right now, anything over $50,000 is required a bid bond. They already knew, DAS already knew in the state, CHRO, everybody already knew that Black and brown contractor could not get to the $500,000 threshold. So you raising the threshold to $1 million, knowing that you just wiped out all Black and brown contractors. So to me, they need to be, it can't be a 3-minute conversation, because there's so much where you guys pay the larger firm, like a construction manager, like $10 million that you guys from the state was sent to them to pay out all their contractors. That person does not pay their subcontractor until 30 days. Now, what do you think that CM is doing that money that you just gave them? Some of them are investing that money instead of paying the people out that actually do the work. There is so much that's going on in construction. It's one of the most racist industry being frank, is one of the most racist industry there is in Connecticut. And it needs to stop. Everybody told us that they cannot do nothing for us until the disparate study is done. It's done, it's here. And I don't think the suggestion that disparate study is telling you is actually going on. And then one more thing, none of the quasi agency was a part of disparate study. So the UConns everywhere else was not a part of disparate study. So the number you actually got that say we only got this, it really mean that we got nothing. So that's what I would like to say. And I really think that you guys really need to do something, because we are going to be going on for the next 15, 20 years that Black and brown contractor will be getting zero, or we would just be knocked out of the box. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, I guess I just wanted to make sure I understand scope of your testimony. It sounds like from your perspective, we should be tightening down these definitions of small business and minority-owned contractor.
Yes.
So that they're not, it sounds like you think the minority-owned contractor definition is pretty easy to skirt.
It is easy to skirt. I mean, actually, to be honest with you, everybody's laughing at you guys in the state of what the policies are, because the way that the policy reads, you could read something, but you can interpret it however you want to. You know, so there is nothing that is in place. There's no fines if somebody don't do the right thing. There is nothing in place that somebody has to do the right thing. And to me, we should not be asking a white contractor to sub out work or to be a joint venture with a Black and brown firm, because of the fact that these larger firms are buying in volumes. If me and you walk into Home Depot today to look at some sheetrock, both of us see the same price, right? But when you go to a supplier to get the material, that supplier can change his prices to whoever he's doing work with. And if a person is doing work in volume, he's automatically going to get cheaper. So now they're asking us as the MBE to joint venture with these guys, but give them a price. So the first time we give them a price, they're going to be like, well, you're too high because I'm paying $12 for a sheet when they're paying $9 for a sheet. So how can we be competitive? You know, so to me, I think that we should have set aside package for Black and brown contractors, bring the threshold down to $5 million, go back to $500,000 instead of the $1 million to give more opportunities. But it's just something needs to be done. And it's been years and years and years we've been coming here to speak about these issues. And now we have a disparate study, and what this disparate study is saying to do, I just read what CHRO is saying to do, which pretty sure they asked for separating white woman-owned business from Black and brown contractors. And I know it's difficult sometimes for people to hear these things, but the truth is the truth. And if I come here and say something to you and I tell you the truth, I'm not going to feel good about myself walking through this door. So it's a joke what these guys are looking at you guys as when it comes down to this thing. You have more white women-owned business in construction than you have Black and brown contractors. That is not real, because you do not see a lot of white women-owned business, white women-owned workers on the job site. So how can there be more white women-owned business in construction than there are as Black and brown people? We have to think about what is going on. They just see you guys as jokes, and the policies and rules that they have, it's just not making no sense. Small business started out at $5 million. Now it's at $20 million. And at all these times, we still didn't get nothing from the $5 million, but only to make everybody else better, not the Black and brown, they raised it to $20 million. So everybody can get a part of the small business. You need to ask DAS, what is considered a small business? In this paperwork, it says a minority is a small business. But really and truly, we just being a part of minority, but the S stand for small business on the $20 million, which a lot of white guys are the one that's doing the 25%, plus the 75%.
Well, I appreciate your testimony, being with us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Next up is Jameem Davis, followed by Janice Berry, followed by Gus Marks Hamilton. Ms. Davis, I see you on the screen, and whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Great. Hello, co-chairs, Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, Ranking Member Senator Sampson, Representative Mastro Francesco, and all the members of the GAE committee. My name is Jameem Davis, and I am the co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now. I've come before this committee many times and appreciate your commitment to protecting democracy, especially for the voters of Bridgeport. My co-director, Callie, is testifying later on about more bills, but I'm going to focus on Senate Bill 1516. I want to say that this bill is a great step forward. The voters of Bridgeport appreciate the continued funding of our election monitor, the banning of candidates from being in the car during curbside voting, the banning of people who have been convicted of election-related crimes from circulating petitions and applications. But I am also here today to make it clear that this legislation that is the ban is not a policy replacement for removing operatives and campaigns from circulating absentee ballot applications. We've said this before and we'll say it again. This is the reform that will protect voters. The legislature must make absentee voting a process that is strictly between voters and election officials. Absentee ballot applications are actually documents that are part of the administration of voting. Just like ballots themselves, only the Secretary of State and the town clerks should have the authority to distribute, mail, or circulate absentee ballot applications. What we knew in 2019 continues to be revealed as the truth. Campaigns and candidates are exploiting the circulator loophole. They are filling out the applications for voters without informing them so that they can harvest their ballots. These are some quotes from the latest arrest warrants. Quote, he stated the signature on the application line was not his, nor was any of the handwriting on the application. Another, when shown the application, she was surprised that sickness was checked off. She stated he put that himself. Another, the sworn statement alleges that this operative took possession of their uncompleted ballots for the primary. These are just 3 excerpts from the hundreds of pages of arrest affidavits related to 2023 alleged election crimes in Bridgeport. Even with universal absentee voting, if you don't remove partisan actors from this process, what is it to stop campaigns from continuing to fill out applications without voters' consent and continuing to harvest their ballots? At some point during your time in Hartford, you are all candidates. There is no meaningful difference between informing voters at the door about how they can apply for an absentee ballot on their own and handing them an application. If you cannot see that, then perhaps you are part of the problem. The harassment, manipulation, targeting, and disenfranchisement of Bridgeport voters must end. You must pass this reform this year. Everyone in the state is watching what you will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, Ms. Davis, thanks for being with us today, and we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Janice Berry, followed by Gus Marks Hamilton, followed by Doris Maldonado Mendez. Janice Berry, are you with us? Gus Marks Hamilton.
Good afternoon, Representative Blumenthal and all the members of the General Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Gus Marks Hamilton, and I work as the campaign manager for the ACLU of Connecticut Smart Justice Campaign. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 7229, an act concerning accessibility to absentee ballots for electors in state custody. The right to vote is a fundamental aspect of democracy and a core constitutional right through which we can protect and preserve our other rights. I strongly believe that all incarcerated people should not be deprived of their right to vote and continue to have a voice in their decisions and policies made by the government that impacts their lives. I spent nearly 8 years in our correctional system. I had an up-close look at how one of the state's largest agencies operated. While I was incarcerated, legislation was passed by the Connecticut General Assembly and signed into law that impacted the length of my sentence and when I was eligible for release. And that happened twice during my sentence. Yet I never had the ability to vote for the people who were making the decisions that seemed to toy with my freedom. When I was released and became eligible to register to vote, I immediately did so, and when I was able to vote a few months later, it was a proud moment for me. Currently, people incarcerated before trial or incarcerated for misdemeanors are eligible to vote. Right now, that means approximately 1 in 3 incarcerated people are eligible to vote. But due to administrative complexities and procedures, information gaps, and frankly, an unwillingness from people who should, in my opinion, support voting accessibility, those eligible voters cannot complete the registration process or return their ballots in time for Election Day. HB 7228 provides an effective and workable procedure to make sure that people who are incarcerated and eligible to vote can apply to vote by absentee ballot. I recommend that the GAE committee adopt the recommendations and language suggested by the Yale Law School's Civil Rights and Advocacy Clinic and Common Cause to ensure that eligible voters are aware that absentee ballot applications are provided when requested by the Department of Corrections, and that eligible voters are able to mail completed absentee ballot applications to their town. This would ensure that unique absentee ballots are provided to the Department of Corrections by the Secretary of State's office, and that voters in custody can obtain, complete, and return the application. I'll wrap up my testimony with this. In 2019, I participated in a voter registration drive at York Correctional Institution in Nyack. It was clear and inspiring to me how interested and excited but confused people were about their voting rights. More than half of the people incarcerated here in Connecticut are parents, including nearly 60% of women. Ensuring voting accessibility to parents who are incarcerated allows them to have input in the decisions that will shape the lives of their children. For all these reasons, I urge the members of the GAE committee to support an amended version of HB 7229 to help more people participate in our democracy. And I think I just make sure I'm testifying in support of HB 7229. I think I may have misspoke one of the numbers during my testimony, but yeah, House Bill 7229. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Menapace.
Hi, thank you for coming and testifying today, Mr. Marks Hamilton. I was just wondering, because you spoke about York Correctional Institute, which is my district. I actually went and visited York this summer, and I'll be honest, when I brought that up, I know that those women had mentioned that they were not aware if they were allowed to vote or not. Do you know if the Department of Corrections has continued that effort, or if there have been efforts by outside organizations like yours to continue voter registration drives for incarcerated individuals?
Not that I'm aware of. That voter registration drive we did was in October of 2019, and then the election was in November. But then we had the pandemic in the beginning of 2020, and I think that effort unfortunately got shut down by the arrival of COVID-19. But at the time, it was some folks from UConn, the Sentencing Commission, a whole bunch of registrar of voters from around the state. But unfortunately, I think the pandemic really curtailed those efforts.
And one more question through you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering, because the concern I brought this up in the past about this bill is that this would have them a lot of these people register as the prison as their place of residence. I was wondering if you could give an opinion about that, about if that is the best practice.
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I think part of the process would have to be folks reaching out to the registrar of voters in the town their last address was before they were incarcerated, and then registering to vote that way. So there would have to be a back and forth between the town they were last living in, the correctional facility they're in, before they even get to the absentee ballot part of being able to vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Menapace. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony. Next up is Doris Maldonado Mendez, followed by Eliza Patterson, followed by Patricia Spruance. Ms. Maldonado Mendez, I can see you on the Zoom, and whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Thank you. Buenas tardes, co-chairs Senator Flexer and Representative Blumenthal, and distinguished members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. Your time and attention are greatly appreciated. I wanted to personally thank Senator Ramen for championing my presented bill, and gracias, Representative Reyes, who was here earlier, and Turco for co-sponsoring it. I am especially grateful for the legislative aides that seamlessly provide information access between constituents, elected leaders, and law. Thank you, Matt Gilligan, Victoria Bauer, and Trayvon Diaz. I am here in support of SB 955, an act to ensure individuals with limited English proficiency are able to access public services, as well as HB 6477 and several related bills, HB 10, SB 498, HB 6932, SB 410, HB 5880, and SB 781. I am a proud first generation of Taino, African, and Spanish descent, daughter of proud parents of Borinquen, and native speaker with degrees in international relations, Spanish language, literature, and linguistics, and political science, as well as a master's degree in education with academic research in foreign language acquisition through multimodal, multisensory interventions. I have over 30 years of corporate and nonprofit leadership experience in providing academic, medical, judicial, and faith-based language access. But most importantly, I am the fierce mom of thriving children with medical complexities, a toddler born hard of hearing with communication delays, and a son with autism who was nonverbal and visually impaired. For many families like mine, an essential and significant part of our daily communication is dependent upon accurate transmission of information, quality, and dependable interpretation. My children are trilingual and benefited from sign language, pro-tactile language, and foreign language. I serve as a faculty member for the American Academy of Pediatrics Language Access Project ECHO, which is a telementoring program designed to create national communities of learners by bringing together healthcare providers and experts using didactics and case-based presentations. Since 2022, I've served as the National Project Advisory Committee lead for the Family Voices Language Access Services for families of children and youth with special healthcare needs, 3-year project. The project's goal is to improve the quality and use of language access services in healthcare settings for families with limited English proficiency. Family Voices and our partners from the American Academy of Pediatrics, National Children's Networks Hospitals, and the National Association of Community Health Workers, along with Project ECHO, work alongside families with lived experiences to develop educational tools and strategies for families and providers to improve the way they access and provide information language services. We know that the information access and language access are integral when ensuring that all individuals understand and exercise basic human rights and responsibilities. Why has Connecticut missed that opportunity of compliance and access? Over 60 years ago, President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the landmark Civil Rights Act in 1964 with Title VI, directly addressing then the common practice of denying certain persons access to federally funded services, programs, and activities.
Sorry to interrupt, but your 3 minutes have elapsed. If you could please briefly summarize the remainder of your testimony.
Services delayed are services denied. Because of unreliable information and language access, we receive care that is fragmented, burdensome, costly, and sometimes fatal. Algonquin is our state language. What we need is an Office of Language Access to provide centrally located resources for during elections, with translations, with sign language interpreters, simultaneous interpreters, so that we can comply with all of these federal mandates. And in wrapping this up, I did submit in additional information, but there are economic and social benefits, reduction in costs associated with miscommunication, improving in efficiency on service delivery, and compliance and funding aligning with state policies with federal Title VI requirements. This will create an opportunity for our workforce, staffing, and other requirements, which should be addressed in our biennial budget for fiscal year 26-27. And I am available for more information because I have so much more information to supply. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Eliza Patterson, followed by Patricia Spruance, followed by Priyanka Joshi.
Good afternoon, Representative Blumenthal and members of the Government Administrations and Elections Committee. My name is Eliza Patterson, and I am American Farmland Trust's Senior New England Policy Associate. I'm also a staff member and representative of the Connecticut Working Lands Alliance, also known as WLA, a broad-based statewide coalition dedicated to preserving Connecticut's farmland. WLA appreciates the opportunity to testify in support of SB 1522, an act renaming the Community Investment Account the Donald E. Williams Community Investment Account and increasing funding for said account. The Community Investment Account, or CIA, ensures that our working lands and agricultural producers remain in business and continue to provide healthy local agricultural products for all of Connecticut's residents. CIA funds have been effectively used to make the process of protecting farmland faster and more efficient. Connecticut's agricultural industry has a $5.2 billion impact on the state's economy, supports 29,000 jobs, and has profound environmental and social benefits. Unfortunately, between 2017 and 2022, the state lost nearly 10,000 acres of farmland. The viability of Connecticut's farm businesses and the pace at which farmland is protected must both remain strong to help keep these essential agricultural markets operating. Investment in the CIA supports agricultural viability and farmland protection and helps create the beautiful rural farm landscapes that make Connecticut special. Since the inception of CIA 20 years ago, it has supported the permanent protection of 378 farms. In the 12-year period prior to CIA's inception, only 61 farms were permanently protected. CIA funding has also supported the Farm Transition Grant Program, as well as the Farm Viability Grant Program, together awarding more than $14 million in grants to over 550 farmers, nonprofits, and municipalities that support agriculture as of January 2023. To conclude, we hope the Connecticut State Legislature will increase funding for the Community Investment Account, a critical investment in our state's economy and food security. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take questions if you have them.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony. Next up is Patricia Spruance, followed by Priyanka Joshi, followed by Paul Larson. I see Ms. Spruance on the Zoom, and whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, co-chairs Flexer and Blumenthal, and ranking members Sampson, Master Francesco, and other distinguished members of the GAE committee. The Connecticut Town Clerk Association has submitted testimony. I am currently the president of the Town Clerk Association and as well as the town clerk for the town of Wyndham. I would like to highlight what we have submitted. We are in support of HB 7221. We feel that the State Elections Enforcement Commission is the place where the campaign registration, financial disclosure statements should be housed. It is good for the candidates. It's good for the public. So we give that a 2 thumbs up. HB 7228, we continue to support Section 16. Electronic poll books is a good thing, and we are in favor of that. We also support the option for towns to begin opening absentee ballots at 5 p.m. 4 days before the election. And we did this in 2020. It was very successful. And so we would like to continue. That would be excellent. But we would like to bring up 2 things. One is I don't see a provision for a chain of custody, and that is important. that once they're opened, we would have a chain of custody affidavit. We did that for early voting, and the town clerk was then able to put that in the vault and then return them at the time of election day to the Register of Voters. And also, the Register of Voter is to contact it, according to the bill, the voter, if they did not sign that inner envelope, and let them know that that it's been rejected, and give them the alternative or the option of coming on election day to vote. But we would like to offer another alternative, and that is for the voter to be able to get another absentee ballot, because it's quite possible that they could be very well away on election day or be disabled. And so I think that option is very important. HB 7229, we do support the Secretary's effort to not disenfranchise folks who may be incarcerated, electors. And we also support SB 1516, in that the town clerk, many things have been put in to tighten up election laws, and this is good in SB 1516. However, sections 16 through 20 have numerous references as to the registrar submitting early voting and poll ballots to the Secretary of State for approval. And I'd like to point out that the town clerks already set the ballot styles for the municipality, and the styles used to create poll ballots, absentee ballots, early voting ballots, same-day registration ballots. And so what we recommend is that the town clerk, in conjunction with the ballot printers that have been authorized by the Secretary of State, submit these ballot proofs to the Secretary. And because we receive them well in advance of the issuance of absentee ballots. And so that would eliminate the need for registrar voters to seek a second layer of approval, since the ballot styles do not change by voting method. We also don't support SB 118. We feel that the town's taxpayers should not be financing, in essence, these fees. And we would hate to lose credit cards, because we do use them in the town clerk's office, but the fees are covered by the individual and certainly not by the taxpayers. I'm a former tax collector, and you would not want the taxpayers to have to fund that. And SB 1522, we've noticed that there seems to be a discrepancy. Excuse me. Seems to be a discrepancy in that the increase of land fees states $6 in one place, and in section 2, it allocates the increase of $7. So wanted to make you aware of that, and I thank you for the opportunity to have testified.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? All right. Well, I would ask if you'll be ready and willing to work with us on these bills, but I know you will be, and we appreciate your willingness to do so and your service.
Thank you so much.
Next up is Priyanka Joshi, followed by Paul Larson, followed by Luis Ortiz.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. My name is Priyanka Joshi, and I'm a resident of Wilton, Connecticut. I'm writing in strong support of SP number 1519, which includes recognizing Diwali as a state ceremonial holiday in Connecticut. This designation is a meaningful and much needed acknowledgement of the cultural and religious diversity within our state. It is observed by Hindu, Jain, Sikh, and Buddhist communities. Diwali represents the triumph of light over darkness, knowledge over ignorance, and good over evil. It is a time for reflection, family gatherings, and community service, fostering values that align with the very spirit of inclusivity and unity in our state. As a member of Connecticut's Indian American community, I have experienced firsthand the joy and significance of Diwali. However, without official recognition, many families, students, and professionals face challenges in fully celebrating this important occasion. Designating Diwali as a state ceremonial holiday would not only recognize the contributions of the Indian American and South Asian communities, but also promote cultural awareness and understanding among all Connecticut residents. Many other states and school districts across the country, including New York City and New Jersey, have already taken steps to recognize Diwali. This bill presents an opportunity for Connecticut to lead by example in embracing and celebrating its diverse population. By supporting SB number 1519, the legislature would send a powerful message that Connecticut values and respects the traditions of all its residents. I urge you to vote in favor of this bill and take an important step toward ensuring that our state's policies reflect the rich cultural tapestry of our communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony on this bill and for being with us today. Next up is Paul Larson, followed by Luis Ortiz, followed by Ashish Bordia. Paul Larson, I see you whenever you're ready to begin.
I'm ready. Good afternoon. I'm Paul Larson. I'm the president of Connecticut Farm Bureau and a farmer out in northeastern Connecticut. Good afternoon, Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, and members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. Connecticut Farm Bureau urges your support of Senate Bill 1522. That's the one I'm speaking to today, which increases the recording fee that funds the Community Investment Act. The agricultural community in our state, the CIA, has had some real positive impacts, specifically the portion of these funds that is directed to the agricultural sustainability account to provide direct support for our dairy farms has proven vital to keep many of our dairy farms in operation. Additionally, many farmers in our state have through the years taken advantage of the various grant programs through our Department of Agriculture. I'm one of them, and the grant funds helped close the gap between our own resources and the cost of a project to improve and expand my farm. I'd like to point out that these grants are set up to be a matching grant, requiring the farmer to contribute at least half of the project cost. In addition to these funds channeled through the Department of Ag, the Farmland Preservation Program is also a recipient of funds through the CIA. This program reached a significant milestone this year, exceeding 50,000 acres of preserved farmland, but there's more work to be done to preserve open spaces and agricultural lands. I do have a concern regarding this bill. I shared this with Senator Flexer recently, and I'll elaborate on it a little bit now. As written, it raises the fee for real estate transaction filing from $40 to $46. With an additional $1 being withheld by the town clerk, there is an increase of only $5 to be distributed among the 5 entities that receive support from the CIA. In light of this fact that these funding levels have not been adjusted since the act was originally passed back in 2005, other than adding the dairy support funding in 2009, I believe that since we're going through the motions to amend the amount, the legislature should consider increasing the transaction fee an additional $4 to a new amount of $50 per transaction. This modest change would amount to a more meaningful increase in the funding level for each receiving entity and would allow for a $2 increase to the Dairy Farm Support Program, which has remained stagnant for the last 15 years since it was instituted. So I did submit written testimony, and on that written testimony, it does show kind of a breakdown of the proposal of what that would look like with the $10 increase instead of the $6, raising the fee to $50. It amounts to a roughly 20% increase for the dairy support program, as well as the other entities that receive funding. So I would urge the committee to consider this revision to the existing bill and hope that you can appreciate the positive impact that the CIA funds have had on agriculture and all of the other recipients over the years. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none. Oh, never mind. From my co-chair, there's a question. Senator Flexer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, I know you just talked about this in your testimony, and thank you for testifying today. Did you make written comments that suggest the changes that you're looking for?
Yes, I submitted written testimony, so it should be in the packet there, and it does show the breakdown of what that would look like for the various entities if it was increased to that $50 level. I printed a handout that I intended to give to the committee today, but I'm home remote because I have a head cold and I just wasn't able to, it didn't make sense for me to try to get into the Capitol today. But I could certainly forward that to the committee as well.
That would be great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Madam Chair. Next up is Luis Ortiz, followed by Ashish Bordia, followed by Colin Pidio. Luis, are you with us? Ashish Bordia, followed by Colin Pidio, followed by Prem S.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Ashish Bordia, a resident from the town of Darien, and I'm here to offer my strong support of Diwali to be declared as an official ceremonial state holiday. As others have said before me, Diwali is often referred as the Festival of Lights. It is one of the most significant festivals in the South Asian culture. It's a time of joy, reflection, and renewal, and it symbolizes the triumph of light over darkness, hope over despair, good over evil. In the United States, millions of Americans gather together with friends and families to celebrate Diwali with prayers, rituals, feasts, fireworks, and lighting of lamps. Connecticut is home to a growing population of Indian Americans who celebrate Diwali. And for thousands of families in our state, Diwali is more than just a religious event. It's a time of community gatherings, acts of service, and deep spiritual meaning. For many years, our home has become an international meet and greet venue as we celebrate Diwali. We have a wonderful dinner with both Indian and American delicacies in traditional Indian outfits, a reflection of how our community has already embraced diversity. We enjoy this chance to share our tradition just as we warmly accept invitations to attend midnight mass and Christmas Eve celebrations, and enjoy Passover meals and partake in Hanukkah dinners. I believe these interfaith celebrations make living in the States so unique as we embrace and celebrate diverse traditions. Beyond the Indian American community, Diwali has become a cherished cultural celebration for many Connecticut residents. Last year, I volunteered to help out Diwali celebration at the Darien Community Center. And it was fascinating to see people from diverse backgrounds enthusiastically participate in Diwali celebrations, enjoying Indian cuisine, dancing to Bollywood music, and learning about Diwali's rich traditions. This highlights how Diwali is more than just a religious observance. It's a festival that brings people together, fostering cultural exchange, understanding, and unity. An official ceremonial holiday for Diwali will provide an opportunity for others to learn about our traditions and values associated with Diwali, thereby promoting mutual respect and appreciation. In conclusion, I reiterate that Diwali is a celebration that captures the spirit of happiness, light, and togetherness, and recognizing it as an official ceremonial state holiday will promote inclusivity and enhance Connecticut's rich cultural diversity. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, as someone who used to represent part of Darien, I will just thank you especially for your testimony. They took it away from me in redistricting.
Thank you.
But appreciate you coming all the way up here. I know how long that drive is.
Yeah, thank you.
Next up is Colin Pidio, followed by Prem S, followed by Pratik Jaiswal. Mr. Pidio, I see you on the Zoom, and if you could unmute, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Flexer, Chair Blumenthal, and the rest of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Colin Pidio, and I am here on behalf of the Connecticut Land Conservation Council, the statewide umbrella organization for the land conservation community, including 117 land trusts. I'm testifying today in strong support of Senate Bill number 1522, which would increase the recording fee that funds the community investment account. The Community Investment Account, or CIA, which is celebrating its 20th anniversary this year, was established with bipartisan support in 2005 and has been an essential funding source for crucial programs across Connecticut, including land conservation, urban green spaces, farmland preservation, dairy sustainability, historic property restoration, and affordable housing. Over the past 20 years, the CIA has generated approximately $200 million annually, investing over $159 million in more than 1,900 projects statewide. These investments have leveraged additional private and public funds, directly benefiting our economy, environment, and communities. CIA-funded land conservation supports Connecticut's $4.6 billion outdoor recreation industry, which employs a total of 69,000 people. CIA-supported housing and historic preservation projects have additionally created over 3,000 jobs. Our agricultural sector, fueled by CIA investments in farmland and dairy sustainability, contributes $4 billion to the state's economy and sustains over 31,000 total jobs. And additionally, thanks to the CIA and CIA funding, 85 dairy farm businesses have been saved. In terms of land conservation, the CIA provides critical funding for the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Grant Program, or the OSWA program, in addition to the Urban Green and Community Garden Program. OSWA has protected a total of 43,000 acres of open space across 647 projects since its inception in 1998. The UGCG has invested over $2.5 million in urban green space in cities and towns across Connecticut. And these grants have helped to renovate municipally owned properties into new or enhanced community gardens and green spaces for recreation and local food production. The proposed increase in the recording fee through Senate Bill number 1522 is modest, and it will ensure that this critical program continues to support Connecticut's communities, environment, and economy to come. I have also submitted written testimony to the committee. So we at CLCC urge you to bring in 20 years of successful community investment by supporting this bill. Thank you so much for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Have a great weekend.
Thank you so much. You as well.
Next, we will hear from Prem S., who will be followed by Pratik Jaiswal. I want to be corrected if I get that wrong, who will be followed by Alex Knopp. Prem, welcome. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, respected chair, members of the committee, distinguished guests here. My name is Prem Srikumar. I'm from South Windsor, Connecticut. I'm here to advocate here for the official designation of Diwali as a ceremonial state holiday. I'm here to illuminate the importance of Diwali, the Festival of Lights, as many of others have spoken already. It's a celebration that resonates deeply within our hearts of millions across the globe, and also our vibrant South Asian community here in the state. Recognizing Diwali as a ceremonial holiday is not just merely a symbolic gesture. It is a profound affirmation of our commitment to fostering truly inclusive and culturally rich society here in Connecticut. I implore the committee to support this initiative and to take decisive steps towards honoring the culture and spiritual heritage of our diverse community. By doing so, we not only acknowledge the importance of Diwali, also reinforce a commitment to building a society where all traditions and values are respected and included. That's it. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. I don't see any questions or comments, so you departing the chair is probably the right thing to do. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend. Next, we will hear from Pratik Jaiswal, who will be followed by Alex Knopp, who will be followed by Rajiv Pahuja. Sorry. Okay, so is Pratik here? Pratik, I think, is remote. I don't think we have Pratik. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk? Oh, that's Alex. Okay, so hold on. One more call for Pratik. Does not seem to be here, so I will never get to find out how to pronounce that last name correctly. Jaswal. Okay, Pratik Jaswal. Sorry you couldn't make it, but we would have loved to have heard from you. All right, so now we will move on to Alex Knopp. Welcome, Alex. The floor is yours.
Sorry,
Alex?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go right
Thank
ahead.
you. Thank you. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 7229 regarding absentee ballots for electors in state custody. I thank and congratulate the committee and the Secretary of the State for working out this bill, which deals with the first half of the problem, which is to provide opportunities for incarcerated voters to apply for an absentee ballot. Unfortunately, the bill only does half the job because it doesn't describe or set forth any other procedures for what should happen after the incarcerated voter receives an application pursuant to this bill. And in my testimony, I have submitted a series of steps that were approved by the Department of Corrections and the State Elections Enforcement Commission when it solved through a consent decree the case of an inmate who complained that he had been denied the opportunity to vote. So I hope you'll look at the steps in my written testimony because they will provide the other half of the solution, which is what should happen after the inmate receives the absentee ballot pursuant to this bill. And if we don't do the other half of the problem to solve it, then I'm concerned that inmates will have received applications, but won't in fact still be able to be certain that their absentee ballot is cast for an effective vote. And I appreciate all of the dialogue at the hearing today that I've been listening to between Representative Blumenthal and Secretary Thomas and Mr. Jader and some of the other witnesses. I think there's been a very good discussion. This is a partial step, but it's a necessary partial step. And we have to make sure that even this partial step is effective. And that's why I urge you to look at the steps listed in my written testimony that have been approved by elections enforcement and approved by the Department of Corrections in the past to deal with this consent decree that was outstanding. And I thank you as former co-chair of this committee. I thank you for all your hard work and attention to fair elections in Connecticut.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. I don't see any comments or questions, so thank you very much for your testimony. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Senator.
Next, we will hear from, you just told me how to say this correctly, Rajiv Pahuja. Rajiv Pahuja. Well, no, I want to say your name correctly. I think that's really important. Rajiv Pahuja. Welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you for coming today.
So my name is Rajiv Pahuja. I'm a United States citizen. I'm of Indian descent. I support SB number 1519 AA, designating various days of each year the celebration of Diwali. I'm speaking as one person for 500 signatures in an addendum, and it's counting in support of this bill. When the original Diwali bill came out, HB 5777, and it was introduced with 10 introducers. Now we're up to 48, and it's now gone up to 58 names. I've actually spearheaded the initiative, the tenacity, the vision, and determination for Diwali to become a ceremonial, bipartisan state holiday bill in the state of Connecticut, to amend Connecticut General Statutes 10-29A to have Diwali added. Diwali is an important initiative that would not cost the taxpayers a dime to do. Primary State Representative Josh Elliott introduced this bill. Constituent Engagement Coordinator Arbanita Zika also helped with this. I thank everyone who did the bill with me, who helped me out you know, all the mayors, everybody. It was Governor Ned Lamont and Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysiewicz that presented the Diwali citations at the Indian Cultural Center of Greenwich, which Senator Richard Blumenthal and Congressman Jim Himes attended. So basically, I'm just going to as everybody said it, look, our appreciation of every culture requires our sense of tolerance and acceptance of communities. The more we understand and appreciate each other, the more we strengthen the social fabrics in the state of Connecticut. The Diwali team, including myself, Hartford attorney Cynthia Jennings, and Rod Jackson, 2004, we worked so hard to spearhead this. I've observed how New York City has made Diwali a school holiday from start to finish. I was with the New York State Assemblywoman and the Chief of Staff at the South Asian Government Workshop in Scarsdale, New York. And so she led and won the fight for Diwali. Both of them had the eye of the tiger to do this. And I saw that. I asked a lot of questions, and they both explained to me how they made Diwali school holiday in New York and how it could be brought to even to the state of Connecticut. Everything I learned was from both of them. They created even a New York City Department of Education flyer, which I have right here in my hand here. And they did all this. And from this, I was able to get approximately 15 proclamations from Greenwich, Monroe, where I played football in Cheshire High School. And I literally even coached there. We won 7 state championships. We were the Chicago Bulls of the 90s. Talk about that. And that's how we were. And I don't back down from anything. You know, I played sports when I was younger, and literally I'm out there to win the game. And nobody will drag me down. That's the song. So, you know, and I'm going to say Diwali has been long overdue as a state of Connecticut holiday under CGS 10-29A. And my team heard from every corner of the state recognizes Diwali as a state of Connecticut holiday. I thank every holiday under CGS 10-29A to add Diwali as a state of Connecticut holiday. It will be victory for everyone in the state of Connecticut. We have this 3.6 million residents, 5,500 square feet, 8 counties in the state of Connecticut. Thank you for your time and attention. And I'm praying that this Diwali holiday gets passed and we get signed into law and we have a celebration here, and we can have food, we can have dancing there. It can be a huge celebration. I know Rep. Blumenthal has seen it at the Kobe event, so I know that. And I know his father has seen it at the Indian Cultural Center of Greenwich, so, and everyone should see what it's like.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Just very quickly, what is the date of it? I understand it's lunar, but
Yeah, so it falls on the lunar cycle of the moon. So it depends on the moon. It's funny, last year actually fell on Halloween. It fell on Halloween 31st. So people were giving out candy for Diwali, right? So it was the greatest thing. And so people were just giving it out. So I was in Greenwich doing the proclamation there. So Fred, you know, the first selectman, Fred Camillo, said, I got to go to give out Halloween candy. And I remember even the other people were saying that. He said, man, I'm missing a great Diwali event. So, and it fell on the 1st. So I was in Stamford, Greenwich, then I went to Middletown, and I went to Hartford to get all that done on the 31st and 1st for all these proclamations. So this year it's going to fall actually on October 20th and 21st, 2025. So I don't think there'll be any conflicts with Halloween giving out candy or past November. So I think that's a great time to have Diwali.
never too early to give out candy.
No, never too early. Always give out candy. All right, any other questions? All
Thank
right,
you, Representative. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony. Have a
All right.
great weekend.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Priyanka Joshi.
She already went.
You already went. Okay. Okay. Then Tom Delnicki, Representative. And then after Representative Delnicki, we'll hear from Jessica Lafredo, followed by Rollo Jones. Welcome. The floor is yours.
For the record, my name is Tom Delnicki, State Representative, 14th District, South Windsor, and this is a tough act to follow. South Windsor, for the record, has Diwali as a holiday. We recognize it, we celebrate it, the schools are closed, there are cultural opportunities. We are so fortunate in South Windsor to have a robust India American community. They have brought us their traditions that we have embraced. They have brought us many good things and some of the best and brightest young people I have ever met. And that's something to remember, because when you think about the United States of America, you have to think about that magnet of bringing the best and brightest over here. And the community has shown us that. And when I think about the fact that not all towns, not all cities are actually recognizing Diwali, it's high time it has to occur. It should occur, and it must occur. And when you think about the concept of triumph of light over darkness, knowledge over ignorance, and the blessings of victory, freedom, and enlightenment, that all dovetails with the American dream and what the United States of America stands for. I ask that you support lines 102 through 106 of SB 1519. And at an end goal, it become a holiday recognized in the state of Connecticut. I thank you for this opportunity to say a few words. And I speak for many people in my town, my community, my district that celebrate it now. And my hope is that we can get this across the line and it gets celebrated throughout the state of Connecticut. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Delnicki. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll just thank you for being here with us today. We've heard a lot of positive testimony on this bill. And it's great to hear that there are towns already celebrating the holiday that can show us the way. So thank you very much.
And I am proud of my community for being one of them. And hopefully we have it become a state holiday and everyone can celebrate it. Take care.
So too. Thank you very much, sir. Next up, we have Jessica Lafredo, followed by Rolo Jones, followed by Amy Ray. Is Jessica Lafredo with us?
Yes.
You are on the Zoom, and whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Good afternoon, distinguished chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, all members of the GAE committee. My name is Jessica Lafredo. I'm a constituent of Rocky Hill. However, I'm here today as a member of the Executive Board of Directors for the Epilepsy Foundation of Connecticut, located in Middletown. I'm also a parent of a child with epilepsy. And I'm here today to give you some background as to why Section 134 of Raised Bill 1519 is important to the Epilepsy Foundation. We would greatly appreciate the new designation in the state of Connecticut, which would be to add November as Epilepsy Awareness Month. The Epilepsy Foundation of Connecticut, also goes by EFCT, is a nonprofit affiliate of the Epilepsy Foundation of America, and it was founded in 1982 as an epilepsy support group of Greater Hartford. It's grown and developed into one of the leading foundations in the state of Connecticut for families and individuals living with epilepsy. And over the years and throughout every stage of its organizational development, EFCT has remained committed to its mission of ensuring that people with seizures are able to participate in all life experiences in preventing, controlling, and curing epilepsy through services, education, advocacy, and research. Did you know that 1 in 26 people will develop epilepsy in their lifetime? Seizures can take many forms, and would you know what to do if you saw someone experiencing a seizure? And did you know that you can take a free seizure first aid class through our foundation? I ask these questions because we believe it's our mission to spread more awareness in Connecticut, to support, to teach, and advocate about seizures. And what better way to do that than a month dedicated specifically to epilepsy? You may find it interesting to know that the Epilepsy Foundation of America has actually celebrated November as National Epilepsy Awareness Month since 1969. And in 2003, Congress passed a formal resolution declaring November as National Epilepsy Awareness Month as well. So thank you for letting me share why Section 134, making November Epilepsy Awareness Month permanently in Connecticut, is important to us. By passing this raised bill 1519, it would allow the month of November to bring more awareness of seizures and the different types of epilepsy Connecticut residents live with every day. And I just want to give a little shout out and thank you to Senator Lesser for encouraging me to come forward to speak with you today. I'm very happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, I will just say I thank you for being here today, for your support of this section of the bill. I think probably everyone knows someone with epilepsy, whether they know it or not. And it's, it's a condition that can be congenital or start early in life, and it's a condition that people can start experiencing later in life. And so it's very important, I think, to spread that awareness, and really appreciate you doing it.
Yes, that is very true. We have 36,000 people living in Connecticut that live with epilepsy. And, 1 in 10 people will have a seizure in their lifetime. And my son is one of them and had a seizure on the second day of summer vacation, and I didn't know what to do. And that's why I asked those questions. I had to get training myself. So if anyone ever wants a free training, please look us up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony today and have a great weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Next up is Rollo Jones, followed by Amy Rie, followed by Vikram Bandari. Is Rollo Jones, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, is Rollo Jones with us? No. Is Amy Rie with us? Oh, okay. That's right. She already gave her testimony. Next up is Vikram Bandari, followed by Julia Pitcher, followed by Ruhi Patel. Is Vikram with us? Is Julia Pitcher with us? I see you on the Zoom.
I sure am.
And whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for having me. I am Julia Pitcher with the Michael J. Fox Foundation for Parkinson's Research, and I just picked up my children from this afternoon, so I'm standing in my kitchen just getting this out at the moment for everyone. We are so thrilled that you all are going to honor April as Parkinson's Awareness Month, as it is also includes World Parkinson's Day on April 11th, and we are the second fastest growing neurodegenerative disease after Alzheimer's, now with 90,000 new diagnoses each year in the United States, expected to more than double in the next 10 to 15 years for many unknown reasons, which brings light to House Bill 7233, which is actually a funding bill for more innovative research in the state of Connecticut. So we're just really thrilled that Connecticut is showing up as a champion for Parkinson's, both in recognizing the Awareness Month as well as the funding bill that will be coming up in a few short days. And I'm just going to end it right there. Just keep it simple for you all at the end of the day. I'm here for any questions, and thank you so much for the testimony today, for all that came before me and all that will come after me today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'll just say I never would have known. So well done.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right. Next up, Ruhi Patel, followed by Radha Krishna, followed by Callie Heilman. Is Ruhi with us? Is Radha with us? Okay. Is Callie with us? She does not appear to be. Swami Balgopal, are you with us? All right, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Thank you very much, all the committee. You're the best one in your committee. senator is gone, who have a birthday. He left also. We doesn't have to be below here to sleep. We're almost done. Sorry for many people's to be participating, but that is we need it. Our culture is ancient, oldest. We living here a long time, Connecticut. Before that, I was in New York, so that is, I know it. What is a diversity, how to share, and how to care. I had done the volunteer in the New York 20 years, the hospital side. So the chaplain, so other work. So we had search here, Greenwich to the Enfield, Bethel to the Brantford. So our peoples who are Asian who believe that Diwali 1519 number bill, who had supported to the almost the 60 people who are supported, sponsor, who are introduced to the almost 5 to 9 people. So we requesting to the community if we pass that bill, people can be the more peaceful, help for the economy, and helping for to the state. If we do not know it, Clinton times, Diwali had started to celebrate in the Washington, D.C. Obama, Mr. President Obama promoted. So all the political people who we see each other in California, Georgia, Chicago's, everywhere we visit. So those people support. This is America. Each in others who are the immigrants, we had to be stood together and celebrate together, enjoy together and pray together. No one can have illnesses. That is a Diwali. We depress in the cold times. Whenever cold ending, we had to be continue celebrate. And also we had to be hip. If you look at to me, I have a gray hair. I cannot stop, but we can stop to having the gray hair culture. Why our culture had to be stopped like that? If we die, it's okay, but we should not be let die to our culture. Culture means may we have a reincarnation system. May you born here today. Tomorrow you may born in the India. So you might be missed if you are not continue promoting and supporting these things. May Lord bless you and all your delegate. Thank you. If you have questions, I'm here.
Thank you very much, Swami. And I'll just ask, do we have any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, we have a question from my co-chair, Senator Flexer.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. We've had some conversation here today about where on the calendar Diwali falls.
Yes.
Do you have any idea what the range is? Is it like September 15th and November 1st?
I have a list till 2050.
Great. I'll come over and look at it. Thank you very much.
No, I can hand over to you.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. We'll add it to the record of your testimony if that's all right with you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Swami. And
Yeah.
I'll just say, in response to one of your comments, do not apologize for bringing lots of people to testify.
Yes.
It's our job to hear from the public.
Yes.
And it's a laudable and a good thing that people are of, excuse me, of the Indian and Indian American community in our state are speaking up to us and making awareness of this important holiday greater. So we thank you for being here. We thank everyone who's been here to testify on this bill.
Many delegates too. So last time we went to the Greenwich to see the lawyer, as state lawyer, and you know that we just visit here and there too. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Next up is Lily Cotto, and then after that, anyone who is remaining who is not yet testified, who's in the room, we'll just ask you to speak up. Lily, I see you on the Zoom. Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Senator Flexer and Representative Blumenthal and distinguished members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Lily Cotto. I'm an MSW student at the University of Connecticut, and I live in Groton. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of SB 955, an act requiring state and local government and state contractors to ensure individuals with limited English proficiency are able to access public services. I believe that this bill is incredibly important as it addresses the needs of those in our communities who are facing language barriers when attempting to navigate and utilize public resources and services. As a Puerto Rican who grew up speaking both English and Spanish, I've personally experienced the benefits and challenges of being bilingual. I have also personally witnessed how challenging it is for many of my family members to access vital services without being able to speak English. This bill will ensure that members of our community from Latin American countries, as well as residents from non-English speaking backgrounds, will no longer be excluded from accessing the resources that they need. Despite the growing and changing influence of the Latino community in Connecticut, several major disparities still persist, especially in regards to housing and homeownership rates. In order to challenge these disparities, it is necessary for programs and services aimed to uplift the Latino community to be accessible for our Latino residents. In my role as a social work intern and paraprofessional at the Regional Multicultural Magnet School in New London and the Wyndham Early Childhood Center in Willimantic, I've had the privilege of working with a very diverse group of students. Many of the students I work with come from non-English speaking backgrounds and speak another language at home. From students who are deaf and communicate using ESL to students who speak native Guatemalan languages such as Quiche, I've seen how language can stand in the way of their ability to access their education and communicate their needs. Whether they speak Quiche, American Sign Language, English, Spanish, or another language, this bill ensures that language will no longer stand in the way of accessing public services. I believe that this bill is the beginning of creating a more diverse and inclusive system where language is no longer a barrier to accessing vital public services. By ensuring that all Connecticut residents have equal access to the resources that they need, we are taking an important step in creating a more supportive and equitable community for our non-English speakers. Thank you for your time and consideration. I appreciate the opportunity to testify for the first time in support of SB 955.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. I'm going to ask, I have a question or two for you. I'm going to ask if there are questions or comments from other members of the committee. I don't see any. You referenced that you work at the Wyndham Early Childhood Center. What age group are you working with?
Yes, so that was my first internship. I worked there for about a year, and I worked with students ages 2 to 5.
Okay. And as you were working with them and their families, did you see, can you just describe for me what it was like to watch families try to interact with educational systems or other governmental systems when they had a language barrier?
Yes, so Willimantic is a very diverse community. We have a large immigrant population, and many of our students and their parents spoke languages such as Quiche, so like native languages that only a very small percent of the population speak. I did witness students and parents talking in Spanish with a lot of the staff, but it's very difficult if there's not a staff member available that speaks Spanish or if they speak a native language and we can't understand them. So it does create a lot of disparities.
Thank you. And then you referenced a few other professional experiences that you've had. Did you see similar things in those settings?
Yes, I did. So right now I work at the Regional Multicultural Magnet School in New London, and we do have a lot of Spanish-speaking staff, but there are other languages that are not spoken by our staff members that students and their parents speak, and I think that it has made things very difficult in terms of communication when students are communicating their needs or when parents are communicating what is necessary for their children, things like that.
Great. Well, I was going to be sad that you left working in Wyndham and now work in New London, but I guess if you're going to leave, New London's an okay place to go from Wyndham. Thank you very much for your time and your testimony here today. It looks like we have a few people who were signed up to testify who have joined us again remotely. So I'm going to call on Callie Heilman. Callie, welcome. The floor
Hi.
is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. Co-chair Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, and ranking members Senator Sampson, Representative Master Francesco, and all the members of the GAE committee. My name is Callie Heilman, and I am the co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now. My co-director, Jameem Davis, testified earlier today regarding SB 1516, and I want to first just reiterate the importance of removing operatives from the absentee voting process. It's not just the voters who are the victims of campaigns exploiting the absentee voting process in order to harvest ballots. It's also the operatives themselves. You and I both know that many of the low-level campaign workers who have been arrested in Bridgeport did not know that what they were doing was illegal or wrong because the people who recruited them and instructed them did not inform them of the laws. So this proposed ban on people who have been convicted of election crimes from circulating applications is only as strong as the investigations into who is ultimately responsible for the election fraud. So far, none of the mayoral candidates whose campaigns have repeatedly benefited from ballot harvesting have been arrested. And this tells you that the proposed ban in 1516 is not enough. Also, if you do not create a system where absentee voting is strictly between voters and election officials, it continues to place the burden on the voters to identify the wrongdoing. This is unsustainable, given that in order to bring a complaint and a lawsuit and other things of that nature, voters need ample resources and a lot of time. I also want to state for the record that we support HB 7221, 7228, and Senate Bill 1514. This bill specifically because it was actually one of our members who alerted SEEK in 2023 that a Bridgeport City Councilman was driving voters to the polls and remaining in the car with them while they voted in an election in which he was on the ballot. We also strongly support HB 7229. Before the presidential election, we volunteered to go into the Bridgeport Correctional Center on behalf of the Secretary of State to register people to vote and help people apply for an absentee ballot. And the process that these eligible voters had to go through was convoluted and quite frankly insane. And finally, on SB 1515, we support this bill, but we are very concerned about the fact that elected officials would be serving on this board, especially considering that elected officials may be benefiting from the election law violations that the board is meant to be overseeing. And so we strongly believe there should not be any elected officials on the board. And we also believe that voters should be appointed to this board because as it's currently constructed, there is no one representing the voters of Connecticut. And with that, I conclude my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. I have a few questions for you, but I will see if my colleagues have any questions or comments. Okay. On the last bill that you referenced, Senate Bill 1515, you talked about there being no elected officials, and I appreciate that feedback and agree with it. That's why we're having you cannot be a part of any of this board's deliberations if it is concerning the community that you live in. Do you think that's not enough of a barrier between elected officials and the decisions that this board might make?
Well, I think that from where I sit, as someone who's been working on reforms to protect democracy for voters on behalf of voters, I think that elected officials are always at some point also candidates. And so, you know, there is a tension and a conflict of interest when elected officials are expected to act in an oversight in a position of oversight over something that they may or may not benefit from. So even though it might not be happening in their town, but I have definitely heard from multiple people who don't live in Bridgeport that they have no interest in reforming the absentee ballot process because it quote works quite well where they live. And so, yeah, I would just say that.
I'm trying to understand the point you're making, and I don't want to be argumentative. I genuinely want to understand what you're saying. So are you suggesting that, well, you don't think the recusal of any decision concerning the town that you live in is enough? First
No,
and foremost, that's what you're saying.
yeah, because the issue in one town may actually be an issue in other towns. And it may be something that's more systemic than just unique to one of our 169 municipalities. And, so there may be a conflict. I'm not saying that it's a given, but there may be a conflict of interest in having somebody who must run as a candidate also serve on this oversight board.
But then how do you find some balance of having people who have experienced the process from that side being a part of this board? I guess you're saying that the value in that is not worth the risk that you're outlining?
Well, I guess again, from where I sit in Bridgeport, like I don't see that the issues with the elections are ones in which, well, let me put it this way. It's the candidates themselves that have been perpetrating a lot of the problems in Bridgeport's elections. So I guess that's one reason why I am articulating that. And then again, like my point being that, for example, the removal of political operatives from the absentee process, right? That may be something that this municipal oversight board ends up coming to a conclusion on. However, like elected officials may enjoy being able to circulate absentee ballot applications when they go out door knocking, and therefore might disagree with that perspective, even though it is in the best interest of democracy and of the voters. So I guess what I would say in conclusion is that if there are to be elected officials on this board, then there must also be voters represented.
Great. So that actually leads me to my next question for you. How do you think those voters should be appointed? What do you think the structure should look like to get that group represented on this board?
I don't have
put you on the spot. I just
No,
genuinely
yeah, no, I don't have an answer to that off the top of my head. So I would leave that to the committee to deliberate and think strategically about. I guess if you have people from municipalities who are elected serving on the board, then maybe it's voters from their same localities. I guess just make sure they don't get to choose their voters.
Okay. I mean, when I look at when I envision this board, I would think we would have to have a wide geographic diversity. So we probably wouldn't want to have a number of people serving on the board that were just from one town. But if you want to give some more thought to groups that you think might be able to be trusted to come up with a list of recommended people who would serve as representative for voters on this board, that might be really helpful. But I do want to, again, thank you for your time and your testimony on all of these issues before us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Thank you.
Have a great weekend.
Thanks, you too.
And with that, I believe, there's someone else who was signed up to testify who we missed? Okay. What's the name? Okay, come on up.
Will we stay here until you finish?
Yep. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Just reach forward and turn on that microphone, that button. Nope, right where your hand just was. Nope, right where you're, look towards me, right in front of you. Yep. There you go. Yep.
I thought I did. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Once again, thank you, respected chair, members of committee, and distinguished guests. My name is Radhakrishnan Palani, and I sit before you today to passionately advocate for the recognition of Diwali as a ceremonial state holiday. Several of my community members here talked about the, the greatness of Diwali, the, festival of light and everything. So I just want to reiterate, what Diwali embodies: the timeless message of light overcoming darkness, knowledge of dispelling ignorance, and good triumphing over evil. It is a period of immense joy, introspection, and community unity, where Hindus, Sikhs, Jains, Buddhists, and several other community come along together and observe Diwali, each bringing their unique customs and traditions to the celebration, enriching our society and the cultural value. By designating Diwali as a ceremonial holiday, we are simply granting we are here celebrating and sending a powerful message of respect, inclusion, and understanding. This designation would enable students, employees, or the whole community to fully participate in their religious activities and cultural practices without facing the difficulty of choice between their faith and their obligations. With the growing number of states and local governments already recognizing the importance of Diwali, it is time for our state to take a leadership role in acknowledging this significant festival. I urge the committee to consider the profound impact this designation would have on our community and to support this initiative. By recognizing Diwali, we reaffirm our commitment to a society where all cultures are valued and celebrated, ensuring that the Festival of Light shines brightly for generations to come. I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony here today. I don't see any questions or comments from members of the committee, so thank you again for your testimony.
Again.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
And I don't believe we have anyone else left on our list to testify, and so I'm going to invite Senator Kathy Austin to come forward.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak. I find myself saying this a lot, that the calendar got away from me and I did not sign up to testify. And I appreciate you giving me the time. And I have two bills that I would like to talk a little bit about. One is Senate Bill 1522, an act renaming the Community Investment Account the Donald E. Williams Jr. Community Investment Account and increasing the funding for said account. I had never thought of giving former Senator Williams this honor, but I think it's so well deserved. This has been one of the most impactful investment accounts that has handled a number of different issues, whether it's housing, open space preservation, farmland preservation, and work around our dairy farms. And so I think that this is really very well deserved. I would also, I have heard from the dairy farms that they think that they might have been left out inadvertently on this, and I would like you to consider making sure that the formula is for all of the organizations that are currently in the community investment account. I did not take the time to view that because I didn't think that it was going to be a problem to fix it if it was that way. So again, thank you very much for that. The other issue is an act designating various days, weeks, and months, Senate Bill number 1519. And in the this bill, there is a section for Red Dress Day as a day commemorating missing, murdered, and Indigenous women and children, sometimes known as missing and murdered Indigenous people. It is, I believe it's important that we recognize this. This almost made it through the finish line last year, and I'm hopeful it makes it through the finish line this year. The numbers are staggering relative to the number of Indigenous people that disappear and are murdered, in particular, young people and women. So I appreciate you considering adding that to your days, weeks, and months legislation. And I would let everybody know that last year we had a very impactful Red Dress Day done by the Native American communities. We're considering doing that again towards the end of our session. And I hope that you all get an opportunity to stop down and see the very impactful design that was done. We are going to try to outdo ourselves this year. So thank you very much. I know all of you want to go home because it's a Friday afternoon. I'm going to go
No
downstairs
such
and
luck
vote.
today, Senator. No such luck today.
I got to go vote in general law in a little bit. So
Thank you.
happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you for your time and your testimony. Representative, the floor is yours.
I'm happy to answer them.
Seeing no actual questions, thank you very much for your time and your testimony here today.
Thank you very much. You guys have a wonderful weekend. I appreciate you.
Thank you. You too.
We are here from morning to here continue. We can have a little group pictures.
Sure.
If possible.
I don't believe there's anyone else that's here to testify today. Mr. Clerk, let me know if I am wrong. So with that, I will declare our public hearing closed and remind members that we have another public hearing on Monday, a committee meeting on Monday, a committee meeting on Wednesday, a committee meeting on Friday. I mean, we'll see how this all goes, but will be a busy week next week. Thank you all very much. Have a great weekend.